8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Another day has started, another hour, and we thank you for being with us. A lot of you get things rolling with the kickoff hour, and we thank you for making us part of your schedule each and every day. I know you got a lot of choices, so we appreciate you. Or if you're listening via apps or streaming, whatever the case, we'll take it however we can get you. Those of you that are tubers and watching us, Eddie Van Adler's got that rolling in HD. We thank him for being here as well. All right, so we got Scott the Rock Gorowski. We'll see what's eating him. He's going to be in studio today. And a lot of, a little bit of Fun Zone Friday, even though there's some news out there that we can't ignore. We're just going to skip through it. We've got the NFL. We have the NFL last night, college football last night, and a big weekend ahead. And then for a lot of you, high school football's dead ahead if you're listening on Friday and it's live. It is officially October. Just a heads up to everybody.
How about you?
It is October 1 if you're listening live. Let's bring them in. You're hearing them right now. To my right, it's Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. And right in there is Eddie Van Adler. What's up, boys?
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
What's happening?
What's up, boys? How are you?
I'm good.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
Everybody fired up?
I've got foggy on the way in this morning.
Hey,
I don't like fog.
Real froggy.
I don't like fog.
I said that on purpose.
No, he didn't. I don't like fog, by the way.
Yeah, I don't either.
Fog at night.
Greg,
not
who
a good
likes
combo.
fog?
Not a delight.
And then you do that battle. I know my beams need to be on low, but I want them on high.
I know.
And I know they don't. There's no wind there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
It's a miserable thing. And then you win. You got to get a little mist on it. And
then you're not sure if you should put the whatchamacallit. I'll even run water on it sometimes because I think that's helping.
I know. And
it doesn't.
It's
it doesn't at all.
It's
and
frustrating.
I think I have fog lights on my truck. I just don't know how to turn them on.
Greg.
But
I know that's a Chevy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can tell you.
I can tell you based off our conversation yesterday.
That's it.
But anyway. But
so you two blocked on the fog light.
But let me ask you this: do you ever get in the middle of the fog? When you just can't see, and you go, "Okay, I'm just going," and I just hope nothing happens.
Yeah.
But I hardly ever just let completely out of the gas like I need to.
Yeah.
I feel like cold trickle coming out of the smoke.
Yeah, when
in Days of Thunder.
Yeah. And speaking of that, it's Talladega weekend.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Back full crowd.
Yep. I know, full crowd. Welcome all race fans to our home market, flagship market, Central Alabama, East Alabama. Thank y'all for being in. I saw videos from some friends that are camping out there.
Listen.
And look, it's packed. I mean,
it's
people
the
are
first
coming
time
in.
they've had full capacity since the pandemic.
Right.
And look, if you're a NASCAR fan, you got to go there at least once.
I know you do. It's a bucket list thing. But speaking of fog, back to that. I think of
cold trickle.
Hey, when I think of fog, I remember, and it's been years. We went out, and if you're just, we love to hunt, but back 10 years ago, we'd do anything to go hunting. Yeah. I mean, we'd drive for just an afternoon hunt. I'd drive 2.5 hours to go sit for one afternoon and then drive all the way back.
I'd say it was a little much, but
we're not as mad at them anymore.
No.
But there was one morning.
No way I'd do that.
Yeah, it was one morning that we were on a trip. At least I was with the boys, and it was so foggy. When we went and sat in the shooting house, you couldn't see 10 feet in front. You couldn't even see the green field.
Left.
And then the sun came out and started heating up, and that fog left. And I was like, well, there it is. But for a while, I was like, well, yeah, just sun, go to sleep. I mean, I can just see just out the shooting house. It gets that foggy. But this morning I noticed coming in that it's like, wow, it's pretty foggy.
I actually got a fog warning on my phone.
Did you?
Yep.
So that's what it was. So the weather, there was a weather warning this morning on
fog alert
on the in the car that goes off, and I'm like, what is that about?
Yeah.
And then was there amber alert yesterday?
Yeah, there was yesterday afternoon. It scared me half to death because
that little alarm that goes off.
I had the TV on in the room, and I was I had gone into the kitchen. It was mid-afternoon, I guess, when it came through. And all of a sudden, and I just freaked out. I was like, whoa, what's going on?
How about I was in a pediatrician's office with two of the kids when that happened?
Yeah.
And there were probably amongst the staff and patients and everybody, there were like 10 to 12 phones, and it was very eerie.
That is
to know that they were all just a buzzing and ringing, and I was like,
attack.
what in the world's going on?
Have y'all ever seen the movie?
Of course, I've turned mine off.
Yeah.
So mine, I felt left out there for a minute. I'm like, why is my phone not going off?
Amber Alerts?
It was a missing child alert. And
what am I going to do?
Don't bring it up to Helms.
Greg, what am I going to do?
Well, they might be over there investigating.
And they'll go off in the middle of the night sometimes too and wake you up.
Will.
That's why I cut it off.
Have y'all seen the movie Greenland? It was like I think maybe it was out last year,
Wait a minute,
year
I think
before
I did.
last,
Who's
or
in
something
that?
like that. Oh gosh, the
I
guy.
think I did.
What's his name? He's in all kinds of stuff.
Greenland.
Yeah, come on, Speedy.
Oh,
What is
look
it?
up.
Anyway, speaking of Amber Alerts, that's how they that you found out that you were being chosen.
It's got the guy from 300.
Yes,
Is it 300?
I think.
Was that the name of it?
Yeah. Gerard
Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. And all the Comet or something.
Comet. What is
and
it?
then they realize this kid's got a health
it-
condition, and so that makes where they can't go.
Yeah, is it Charlie or something like? They named the comet. But he's got diabetes and they
Is that
can't go.
That's called Greenland. I watched
Yeah.
it.
It
not
is,
too
by
long
the way.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the movie is him trying to find them and them trying to find him.
Yeah.
But
He
but-
was like a architect or something.
was.
And, they choose people
Yeah.
to put in there that they could need to build
Right.
the Earth back, I guess.
Right, but the way he found out was that like an Amber Alert type deal, and it was Homeland Security, and he had a family over, or families over
I
the
know
neighborhood, and they were cooking out, and none of their phones were going off.
And they're leaving
all
there
of a sudden,
screaming, What about us?
What about
all
us? And
this.
he's like, well, here it is, and it's pretty
Too
decent
bad,
movie.
so sad.
Yeah.
It isn't bad.
It's not bad. I thought you might not.
I like
it.
him in movies.
Yeah. Do you, have you
Half
ever
his mouth don't work. But
have you ever seen
you ever notice that?
Have you ever seen these movies where stuff like this and chosen families, and you think,
yeah.
would I be chosen? What do I bring to the table?
I know it.
Huh? I don't think I would. I don't know.
I think I'd rather just be blown up. Instead of having to come
Okay,
out.
that's good.
I mean, just get it over with.
There's an episode. I know
I'm thinking
y'all
more of
go,
the
"Ooh,
family and your
Helms."
kids. But,
There's
they're
a-
grown now.
You don't want to live. I mean, you want to come back and live with everything blown up.
Right.
I mean, who wants to do that?
There's an episode on West Wing of
Who
West
wants to
Wing.
live under the ground for years?
Well, to Greg, to your point, there's an episode of West Wing where
Just seem to be
there's only
dead.
certain staff members at the White House that have been given this card that if something like this happens,
You and West Wing. need
Won't
to
you
slow
marry
down.
West
I mean,
Wing?
my
They go
God.
to-
if West Wing was a woman,
I mean,
would
good
you marry
night.
it?
I mean,
I'd leave Amanda tomorrow for West
Okay,
Wing.
that's
He'd be
what
like,
I-
blah, 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 blah.
I mean, that's kind of a strange little scenario we had there.
No,
but
not
I'm
really
just
at all.
saying.
It's, It plays it out
her
with
name's
this
West
guy. This guy. You brought it up, by the way. You went with a woman in West Wing.
Yeah.
But there's a guy, Josh Lyman, who's the that's his character.
buddy, you're not.
He's
you're not
given a
character.
card. He's given a card that he's in this situation, and so he's not supposed to tell anybody and whatever. So he goes throughout the rest of the day realizing that because he would go up to his counterparts that are in the White House and he'd go, "What do you?" He couldn't find anybody to talk to about it because nobody else. He realizes he's the only one out of the close knit group that got one, and he's not handling it very well. He's like, I don't want a card. If this goes down, I want to be with my friends. I want to be with my family.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in some bunker somewhere.
Right.
So that was the whole point of this before y'all started making fun of
Right.
it. It's really a good scene because to Greg's point, I don't think I would want one. First of all, I don't think anybody would give me one. I'm not qualified to do anything.
I don't know.
But the second piece to that is I don't want one. I don't want to be in a bunker when it all goes
then
down.
you got to come out and rebuild everything.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
The only thing I was thinking is if those that are chosen in Escape, if they have like live sporting events, I might could MC in the stadium. That's about all I bring.
Well, maybe that's it.
Rick and Bubba.
Come on. 22 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is live on the Rick and Bubba Show. It is Talladega race weekend. For those of you coming in, welcome to Rick and Bubba. The Talladega area, the race weekend, that's our home track. For all of you that are around the country, that's our home track, and it's Greg's little baby. And so thank you for coming in and making Rick and Bubba part of your morning. Already hearing from some of you, and Greg said you passed that area and you already seen them coming
filling
in.
Up.
If y'all have
a lot of big nice RVs.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
Some I don't know where these people get this cash.
Yeah,
those things show enough ones.
Yeah. Bear's not going to get in that.
No.
I saw some video from one of my friends, and they've been camping out. They're one of those that started on like Wednesday, and they're there, and they got it like they like it. They've even got their own little DJ set up where they got like they play music for all the surrounding RVs.
So they planned this out.
Oh yeah,
legit.
And they got for somehow I don't know how they found them. They got 4 big wheels and they race them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just picture
Sounds
that.
like a week.
Hey, they're grilling out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've made it their home. And,
Friday,
a lot just kind of chase the circuit and just go from track to track, and then some just do this.
Yeah.
But anyway, welcome in for all of you that are coming out of market into
that's right.
Central and East Alabama
Big
for
event.
Talladega Super Speedway weekend. College game day, if you wake up on Saturday morning, it'll be at Georgia as they host Arkansas.
Got some big games.
Yeah. And I hear Arch Manning he's making an official visit to Bama this weekend. So that's the big news. He'll be in Tuscaloosa.
He'll be watching Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm. Ole Miss in Tuscaloosa. But he'll be with Bama. They say he's making the visit there.
Visit, yeah.
Of course, Lane could disrupt all that,
right?
And just take a win from them down in Tuscaloosa,
right.
And Arch may think different. I've got something I have to confess to y'all, and this is something that
does Amanda know?
No, she doesn't even know this.
Oh, I didn't know what you had to
anything
confess.
to do with the West Wing?
No, it has nothing to do with the West Wing, Greg.
You're in love with one of the
all
actors.
things go back to the West Wing.
So I this is one of those things I could keep to myself, and no one would ever even know, not even y'all.
What you got?
Well, why would you
But this was given to you, and
me.
you gave it nothing, and so I gave it a shot.
What are you talking?
Last week or a couple weeks ago, someone, and I don't think it was him, someone brought you some compression socks.
Yes.
Because you make fun of Coop's compression socks.
Because the tubers were here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I said,
it was an early tuber.
We were in the kitchen, and I said, Greg, you're never going to wear those.
No.
And you said, no, I'm not. I'm not going to wear those, but nice of them to bring those, whatever. I am currently wearing them. I took them home, and I am in compression
You got
socks.
circulation problems?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I'd try them out.
Look at me. What's wrong with you? Huh?
Do they feel?
They feel. I'll say this.
Man, that's something my dad needs.
They're
not you.
They're not. They're not bad. Number one, as far as the
somebody on the West
squeezing.
Wing wear them?
No, Greg.
He's
I
got
don't even
some
think
sharp thing going on.
No, I just thought I'd try them out and see what they felt like, and I've actually got them on right now.
Oh wow,
So
with
let me pull
shorts.
up.
That's interesting.
No, I don't have shorts on.
That's what you should have. You'd have been like Coop then.
So
Knee socks.
Here's my question about them. They're not as tight as I thought they would be. Is that
How high
because
are
they go all the way to my knee?
So basically, you could get by with a regular sock.
Okay, well
Oh my gosh,
that looks like a regular.
Now
They're
picture
compression
that.
socks.
That looks like an over the calf athletic sock.
Coop wears them like that, but with shorts.
Right.
So.
Yeah. That's coming just below your knee.
Helms, if you'd have walked in here with a pair of shorts on with those on, I didn't know you were having circulation problems.
Why did you wear shorts for us?
I started to, and then I realized I'd be in them all day, and I didn't want to deal with that. But I don't.
Good thing she didn't bring
So
some underwear.
it clearly says on the pack that they're compression socks.
Yeah, it does. It says these are.
But they're not. They're not. I don't feel like they're choking like they need to. You know what I mean? Like I don't think they're compressing.
Because like the ones we used to
you don't think they're
endorse,
compressing?
I don't.
You remember
think
the Bombuses? The Bombuses, and they got that
Yeah.
ring around them. You can feel that ring squeezing your foot because that's what I like. It was just the middle strip and went around your middle of your foot. It was like a ring.
Right.
Yeah, I like them. Of course, they like them too.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
that free pair they were giving away, they
yeah,
were just making up
yeah,
for it in the
right.
cost of the one pair.
Not sure what's wrong with you.
I just thought I'd give
mean,
them. I thought I'd give them a test
wish
drive,
you-
see what they
I-
felt like,
golly.
because I knew you weren't going to.
No, I'm not going to wear them.
And I just thought, you know what? I know I don't think I have any circulation problems, but I thought, you know what? I'll just see what's going on here, see what they
So
feel
you just
like.
pick stuff
Maybe
up right
one
here.
day I'll have to wear
All
them.
right, so out of a shirt, pants, socks, and shoes, all right, 2 of those 4 you're wearing that were given to you. free, a shirt and
Yeah,
socks.
he got his
You're right,
World
by the
Game
way.
shirt on.
You're absolutely
He
right.
stole from me.
You
And
really are
hey,
on radio and TV.
Hey, nearly put a pair of underwear on that we were given. That you
That's
called
a
them
little
out.
much.
Yeah, last week. Sacks. Is that what's called?
yeah, those are.
I grabbed those this morning and went with Under Armour
Those are
instead.
good.
So there was a chance of having three things, is my point.
That's true. They were giving to you.
Good night.
That shirt, remember, I had to give him that because he was crying because his was wide. He didn't like it.
Why
So I had to
Helms he
give him
cried?
Now, I didn't cry. I said,
cried a little bit.
I simply
I
said,
want the
I
gray
wish
one.
I wish I had a gray one. I
I
don't
got
do,
left out. I didn't get
I
that
don't
one.
do well.
I feel like I'm at Ruth Chris again.
I don't do well with white shirts
Okay, to get
at all.
food on them and
Yes,
stuff.
yeah.
Mhm.
You can
That
see,
yellow
see
one?
your nipples
Hey,
through them.
listen, that yellow one.
Do you
that-
know Terry hates that when you can see my nipples?
I can understand why.
She said, "Honey, well, you can see right through the shirt."
What a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we're
You know,
freely.
Terry hates that
I
when
don't
she
think
can
we.
see my nipples.
I don't think we're
Honey,
freely.
you need an undershirt or something. You're walking around, I just see everything. Oh, these little thin shirts now. Never mind. Go ahead. These golf shirts are real thin.
Yeah, they are.
A lot of
If
them.
they're white, you can.
Mm-hmm. Right through them.
Pepperoni.
Some reason that got me. By the way, I'm lightheaded right now.
But he said it in a serious voice. You know, Terry hates it.
You were in mid sip of a coffee. I mean, yeah, pepperoni. Add you a little something. For some reason, you drink it without holding the.
I know.
Yeah.
I had a bad experience. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. We were going to break here. in a
You
minute.
have a bad experience with
I had a bad.
compression
I had a
socks.
bad experience at the pediatrician yesterday with the
Why aren't
kids.
you a little old for that? No wonder you had a bad experience. Some dudes in here at the pediatrician trying to get a physical.
Sir, is that compression socks? Why are you here?
Yeah.
All right.
I had a pediatrician talk down to me yesterday.
Really?
About
Did you tell him
COVID.
you were grown?
Oh,
Yeah, bothered me a
why
little bit.
aren't you? You talking about asking about the kids and stuff?
No, I didn't ask him anything.
He just volunteered.
volunteered his opinion to me, and I told him he was here to see the kids, not me.
Okay. And
And I left it at that, and it's probably a
Back to
good
my
thing he
point.
didn't bring anything else up because I
Oh,
was.
you gonna whoop his?
Well, no, but
you
I
ask
mean,
him if he was worth it?
I'll say this. I went this far with it. I told Amanda the way he acted yesterday about COVID to me and my kids, if I was in charge of our health care, we'd never go back.
Did you pull your pants up and say,
And,
you see
and
these
Amanda,
socks?
after hearing, she said probably won't be.
Wow.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. Eddie Van Alla, he's right in there. He's got YouTube live in HD. If you are joining us, we are the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And we are holding the fort down until the guys join us right after top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you want to join us. Hey, remind me, it started out, this was fine, and then now the phones just went back out.
It's starting to do that way more often than it used to.
But to your point, you remember you were doing a little investigation. Do we get here and it's like it, or can it happen at any time? Yesterday, it was fine, and then switched out, and then so it just did it again. But anyway.
Well, it was obviously working. Well, I don't know if it was or not this morning because Greg, I didn't use that call.
Right.
So I just figured make a dumb statement.
Okay. Well, that's okay. At least you stopped yourself.
Just ignore
Take a sip.
Okay. Compression sock has, I need some advice from y'all, some guidance on this. I need to know if I'm overreacting. So yesterday, of course, when you have to take, Amanda has figured it out, which is, I kudos to her, okay, on this whole, hey, I got to work, so you need to go do the well checkups for the kids. Brilliant move on her part. Brilliant. I get it. And I
know that's something you ought to be proud of.
Yeah.
No,
I am. It's hard for me to get back because it's from my playbook.
Right.
Well
done.
I mean, it really is. And so she scheduled well checkups at 2 o'clock yesterday, and 2 of them at the same time.
Brilliant.
Same pediatrician, and so had to go to 2 different schools, check out kids, and that's always fun. And but by the way, very quiet in the schools yesterday. I even made that comment to both of the administrators. I said, hey, eerily quiet around here. And one of them said, hey, what are you doing? Don't jinx that. That's mojo.
Yeah, like you're going to get something cranked up.
And I said, look, I'm just stating the fact, okay? And then the second one, when I said it, I acknowledged, I said, hey, by the way, I realized I just jinxed y'all, and we're about to leave, and y'all are going to have complete chaos in here.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, checked them out, went to the pediatrician, and I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting on it, but I felt like the pediatrician was shoving COVID in my face. And quite frankly, it made me mad. And I handled it well. 5 years ago, there would have been a very different outcome than happened yesterday. I was very calm. I didn't mouth off. I was respectful. But I didn't like it at all. And he started in, I mean, probably the first thing he said when he walked in the door. I mean, after the pleasantries of hello, how y'all doing? Dad, you got your vaccine yet?
Right in front of the kids?
Right in front of the kids. Everybody, just screaming it at me. And I said, I have not. And he's like, well, we got to get that vaccine. And I said, we had a run with it with a family. And I said, a couple rough days, felt like a tough flu. I said, but I'm better now. And that was months and months ago. And I said, I feel good about my natural immunity at this point. And I said, I'll probably eventually get the first one, the first shot at least in the next month or so. I said, but the kids, we're not vaccinating them at this point either.
Right. Pretty young.
Dad, you have got to get the vaccine.
What?
And
so that wasn't good enough.
First of all, okay, you've called me Dad 3 times. You don't really have to keep doing that. Okay,
right. Listen, Dad.
I'm a grown man. Number one. Second of all, let's stop all this in here with my kids. If you want to take me outside and maybe talk to me about it. Mm-hmm. And hey, first of all, I hadn't even asked your opinion on it. Number one, you're supposed to be seeing the kids, not me. He kept on and on. And I said, it's funny. I said, there's some doctors out there will say the things that you're saying, and I respect that. And I said, but, I'm talking to other doctors that tell me your natural immunity is fine. You've had it. And maybe you get it eventually. Maybe you go ahead and get it now, but you're not a big concern to me right now. And he was, well, I don't know who's telling you that. And I said, well, I can give you a list of people if you'd like me to.
So now you're having a debate in front of your kids.
Right. Hey, by the way, I've still got to go pick up my 3rd kid.
Right.
So if we could get this done at some point and get off me, okay? And
everybody off
I didn't say that part of it. Everything up to that was being said. And then I said, maybe we focus on the girls now. That's how I had to get it out because he was really pressuring
That's what that
me.
copay I just paid covered.
Right. And I said, maybe we focus on the girls.
Your original response should have been enough. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll consider it.
Right. Instead, he's wanting to debate you.
It was almost like I had wrote on the chart, hey, I want you to come in and ask me a ton of questions about COVID.
Right.
Yeah.
because I didn't
Look,
ask
I'm
you
just
that.
the driver, and I pay the
Right.
bill.
Hey, to be honest, I don't even really want to be here at all, like doing this.
My wife pulled a good one. I mean,
So my wife got me really good today. So here's the thing that really bothered me. Is he started working on the kids and fine and asking them, doing a good job. He's a fantastic pediatrician. Okay, don't get me wrong. And there's a reason we go see him, because he is one of the best around. And so now I've never really. This kind of was the icing on the cake for me, because I've never really liked the guy, to be honest.
Oh wow!
And so then
There
this is a Amanda find, and hey, we really like this, and a lot of people, whatever. Well, then he starts getting on the girls about the mask.
Huh?
I mean, he is on them. Like, one of them sitting over here waiting to be seen. Now, you're wearing your mask every day, all day, right?
every day.
And they both looked at me like, well, no, we're not wearing our mask all day, every day. And, well, you've got to be wearing those masks. You should be wearing those masks all day. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, don't launch, Helms, don't launch, buddy. You've still got to go do carpool. They really need to be, you really need to get this in, because you don't want anybody to have to come back. Just get through this. Finally, Caroline was first, by the way. So she said, yes, sir. And whatever. And Maddie's kind of looking at me. So then I thought, okay, we've gotten past all this. Surely nothing else will be brought up. Well, it's Maddie's turn to go. He starts giving her the same mask speech.
What?
You go, she just heard it.
And I'm sitting here. Caroline looks at me like, what is he doing? Like, why does he keep bringing this up? And so anyway, it was a bad pediatrician experience, and it was all because of COVID.
Right.
And nobody was in there to be seen for COVID. We didn't have any COVID. This was a well checkup, period. Hey, Caroline needs her physical form filled out for tennis. She's having some issues with sleep because she's in the back brace for scoliosis. Maddie, perfectly fine. And with the exception, she's got something going on with her finger that may be infected. But I think that's fine now, because we've been soaking it in Epsom salt.
Okay.
You
really bringing it all to the table here.
And so that's really what we're here for. But we're
I
not
got
here for
compression socks
some
on,
political
but I'm
speech.
fine.
Yeah.
Even though I'm young.
And so it was very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
It does sound like it was strange.
A
very uncomfortable,
it was.
socially awkward moment.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I don't know if this physician
buddy.
knows this, but when dads bring kids to the doctor, it's already uncomfortable anyway, because we really don't know what we're doing.
Let's hurry it up.
So let's not make it any worse than it is.
Yeah.
Okay? I know you got your fish tank out there, and I love looking at that.
It is relaxing.
It is. I love
very
that. And every
relaxing.
time I see one, I think, that's what I want in my house. Why do I not
tried
have that?
that.
I did
Did
try
that work
that.
out?
Is it a 55 gallon?
Remember?
It was bigger than that. It's 60, 75, something like that.
Remember you
Giant.
went through that and it didn't work out.
It didn't. Well, it's high maintenance.
It is.
Oh,
it
that
is.
there
especially
knows about-
especially on salt water.
It really sets
Oh,
the
yeah.
mood, though, in the room.
It does. And but hey, just goodness gracious.
Get it on.
You went there. This one right here.
Yep.
You speaking of Froggy? You Froggy today.
Well,
Yeah,
from
boy.
earlier.
I'm good.
Anyway, and I want to let everybody know
Sexual.
too. The compression socks I'm wearing today was a joke, so y'all
No,
can make
they are
fun of
sharp.
me.
No, they're
I'm
sharp.
getting emails from people going, "Helms, you're too young to be wearing these."
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
so
realize that.
are your
Somebody
feet gonna
gave them
fall
to
off?
us.
Right.
Somebody gave them to us. Greg wasn't going to wear them, so I decided to see what they felt like.
Well, your ankles will get back down.
Yeah.
It's a little swollen.
But they look so good. I think I'd wear them all the time if I was you.
Yeah.
What if Braden and I are supposed to go hit some tennis balls today?
Oh, please.
What if I
if you-
showed up in these in shorts?
You
you
have
don't-
to embarrass him.
if you
Come
don't
on,
think
man.
nothing to you.
That's what dads live
I
for.
want you that with red shoes.
And then when he says, "Dad, what are you doing?" Act like, "What are you talking about?"
what are you talking about, son? Let's go. Let's play.
Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Get it
Let's
up.
go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Son, what would be worse?
There's a football game here tonight. We got to hurry up and get out.
Yeah.
You talking about the bloodbath of 2021?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you're on a roll today, my
I'll
friend.
tell you, he's mad at the pediatrician.
He is.
Yeah, a little frustrated at him today.
Okay.
I think rightly so.
Yeah.
And I think I handled it well, by the way.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
do.
I was hit with questions like that at a doctor's visits, recently, and I'm like, well, no, I've got the natural immunity, but you could tell the doctors kind of twist their head. They don't know what to do with that.
He acted like I didn't exist.
Yeah.
When
Apparently
I
the
said
CDC doesn't know what to do with it either because they haven't really addressed it. I think it needs to be addressed.
Hairdresser.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. I got these two good ones over to my right. I'm Speedy. There's Adler. As we roll on, this portion of the show brought to you by HelloFresh.com. And Helmsy, you can speak to this because I know your family has used HelloFresh.com, and you love when that box comes to the front door and you go, oh, look at here. I've got a choice of 50 menu and market options every week. Doesn't hurt that it's 30% cheaper, too, than going to the grocery store. Plus, we're always impressed by the fresh produce that is with HelloFresh.com. It's quick and easy recipes, too, which everybody loves. It's not going to be the phone call, what's for dinner? What do I need to do? Do I have to stop? And then before you know it, you're out running around. You're stuck in traffic, mad at the world. Let HelloFresh.com take care of you. Get up to 14 free meals right now, plus free shipping at HelloFresh.com when you use promo code Bubba. That's up to 14 meals for free, plus free shipping with promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com. Let dinner be taken care of, or any other time of day, because you know you've got it right there at the house. HelloFresh.com, 14 meals for free, plus free shipping with promo code Bubba. You can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I just want to bring out a couple of things, and we're going to go fast pace here. I just want to make sure you know. All right? First thing.
HelloFresh.
First thing. The McRib is back.
Never gave that anything.
I didn't know it left.
It has.
I don't want processed, wadded up pork.
I've never been a McRib person, but they claim
never even had one.
I wouldn't eat
yesterday. McDonald's sent out and said that the favorite sandwich for a lot. I mean, by the way, this
there's
is
people that are big.
Oh my goodness!
But gosh, it's just.
It will make an annual return on November the 1st.
See, I never knew it left, so that shows you I don't know.
Yeah. All right, that's
Here's
one.
two things. I'm not ordering a McRib, and I'm not ordering a fish sandwich when I'm out either.
Really?
No, not a fast
I've
food.
actually had the McDonald's fish sandwich, and I like it.
Well, Lisa
I don't
likes it,
go
but
to it a lot.
I don't kind of like it.
It's just something about fish sandwiches at a fast food restaurant. I don't know why.
I don't go to McDonald's a lot anyway, but when I do, I go Big Mac every time.
I'm quarter pounder or double quarter pounder.
But I've never tried the
Every
McRib.
now and then I just grab the 2 cheeseburger meal.
Every blue moon, like probably once in 3 years, I've done the fish sandwich, and it's okay. I don't know why. I just had a hankering at that moment for it.
I just don't fast food doing fish.
Never had the McRib.
Right.
All right, will you try McRib?
No, will not.
I don't think I
because
will.
there's things.
I'll
on
probably
there.
like it.
If I want a rib sandwich, I don't go to McDonald's.
Well, listen, it's just shaped like a rib.
I know,
It's not a rib.
I know.
It's probably not even.
Right.
But you've got that sauce taste.
You're
is
right.
the point,
and that's the good part.
Yeah.
All right. The other thing is the Jesus music hits theaters today.
At McDonald's?
I want to watch
go-
that so badly, but I'm not a theater guy.
Okay.
I don't go to the movies.
It'll come out on
Yeah,
something.
it will, I
It
know.
will. But that's there today.
If you do, you better wear your mask.
Was communicating with the Irwin brothers yesterday, and they had the premiere
That'll be a
in
good
Nashville, and then today's the day.
I
so
definitely want to see it.
if you are kind of wanting to go out and maybe have a time with a family, a dinner date or whatever, make that part of your.
This would have
your
been a good
selection.
team building deal.
Yeah, it would have been.
Is it up
also,
We could go.
oh yeah. Also,
It ain't here.
the Addams Family 2,
I bet it
the
is.
animated sequel, hits theaters today
Wait a
as
minute,
well.
so you brought that up with it?
Yeah, well, we're going fast paced. We're
Wait,
going.
Addams
because it
Family
hits
2? Are you a big
yeah.
Addams Family guy?
No, I mean, with Halloween coming around, I guess I don't know why it's hitting theaters now. I have no idea.
I don't remember the
wasn't an
first
Addams
one.
Family person. I don't.
I used to watch
really
it
get
some,
into it.
I got that in the Monsters mixed up.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the afternoon when I come home from school.
Mm-hmm. Did you know it began in 1932?
Well,
It's
the Addams Family started when Uncle Fester farted. Do you remember that little
Yeah.
song?
Yeah.
You remember that song? I can't say the rest now because the other word's considered bad now.
Yeah. Also, Super Bowl halftime show has been announced. It's going to feature Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar.
Okay, so every one of those people, you would think, we got a lot of stars. Hey, man, that'll be good. Out of all those people, I don't like any of them. Not one.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't hear one name that I go, ooh, I want to see that.
Yeah. Gonna be,
Star-studded. It's so star-studded, I don't care about any of them.
Yeah.
I mean, well, whatever.
It's the NFL Pepsi
Give me the Foo Fighters.
and Rock
Come on.
Nation halftime show. They announced it yesterday. The 5 music icons, they say, will perform on February 13th at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. Boy, that's a nice stadium. Good night
is.
alive.
We
and
do
so
this
they'll be
every
hosting-
year. Who would you want to do it? I would want AC/DC to do it.
Okay.
They're back.
Yeah.
Brian Johnson recovered from him going deaf, and he's back.
If I could dream and he was still alive, I'd want Prince to do it.
Well, he's already done it.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, there's lots of people that come back and do it again.
I know, but
I'm just saying, if we're dreaming, let me dream.
you bring Michael Jackson back from dead.
Well,
You put on the deal.
yeah. Let's do that.
I'd go Elvis.
Yeah, if we're gonna bring.
I mean,
him
if we're
back from
bringing
dead.
him back,
no, Michael
why not?
Jackson now. He's.
Yeah, but he's done it. I don't think Elvis ever did
I
it.
didn't know we
No,
were bringing
no.
people back from
I
dead.
didn't.
Now
Well,
I got to rethink
but
it.
I
See,
said
well, I may
said
bring.
if I could. So I can't be me.
I'm bringing Leonard Skinner back with Ronnie Van Zant. How about that?
I said I was dreaming. The Braves beat the Phils last night for fourth straight NL East title.
Yes, clinch.
The Astros clinched the AL West, so they're in, and the Yankees
Are they still
won.
banging trash cans, or are they straight up?
My
Scared
gosh,
me to
alive.
death.
Well, with you and your hands in your pocket and some coffee and,
Well, I'm just
and that
saying
little attitude you got, I didn't know.
that they're showing everyone, hey,
Yeah.
I know this isn't the first year.
You know, the
since then. I get
pandemic
it.
completely made people forget about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it really did.
Yeah.
People
That's right.
stopped thinking about it
did.
because, hey, guys, before we stopped sports, we were throwing at them every day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And the
We
crowd-
actually said anytime a pitcher gets hit, a hitter gets hit by
Easy.
a pitcher,
Calm
we're
down.
actually going to
Yeah.
peg one of us.
Right.
And we did it a couple times.
We did.
Yeah.
And then like the opposing crowd would have trash cans in the stands.
Yes,
and,
which is great.
It is. But now the Braves are in, so I'll be watching.
Absolutely.
If you bring the Braves in, I'll watch.
The Braves last night. I did watch that. JC was at the house and we sat down and watched it, and it was a pretty cool little deal. They clinched last night, and they were able to sweep.
Boom.
And so they won it, and so congratulations to them and all the Braves fans. This one here is gonna you're gonna be an easy, and I'm so confused on the Field of Dreams site. Okay, I'm
I
so
saw that
confused. on it.
headline and I got a little confused by it.
Apparently, a Chicago real estate developer and Frank Thomas, I guess,
part of the group.
who's part of the group, they purchased the Field of Dreams site in Iowa.
Now, what does that make different than who owns it now?
Back I don't know, and this was
And
back in
so
August when we had that very uncomfortable moment with James Spann and you, when the White Sox.
I'm not going to get started on this. Not a baseball
I know
movie,
one, but
it's
on a
not.
walk off, it was a really cool deal.
Now,
Well,
I will say this: so, in this purchase, did they get the new field and the movie field, and
well,
the corn,
that's what I want to know.
and the house?
Yeah. Let's see. It says the.
I mean, do they charge admission
This
now?
is-
I know they do the games.
This
I'm
is
sure.
Heaven LLC, a company of Thomas and Chicago real estate developer. They purchased the interest in Go the Distance Baseball LLC, which
Okay.
had previously held ownership of the movie site and All-Star Ballpark Heaven, an organization that runs youth baseball tournaments and other events.
Okay, so they just bought all that. Out.
He's expected to serve, Thomas is, as CEO. And so anyway, the big, I guess, story is that him and this developer bought the site. So I guess they own it.
So
all
whoever
now.
was running it sold it, and now they're
Yeah,
gonna run it.
yeah.
Okay, and they'll still do what it did. Has baseball tournaments for
Right,
kids.
right.
And
probably
eugenics
MLB.
commercials paying off.
Yeah,
Dang
I'm
right.
telling
That's
you.
got him fired up.
My goodness, alive. And the last
Really
thing
Ralph.
is we're flying through some stuff. I was just hitting you with some things.
I like it.
Bryson DeChambeau,
Yeah, long
part of the
drive.
I'm out.
Okay, he has advanced to the final group at the Long Drive World Championships.
There's a long drive world. When's that?
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
new?
Greg, no,
Greg.
this has been going on
Greg,
for
you
years.
ought to see
for
this.
decades.
It's
I might like
unbelievable.
that.
It's unbelievable. And here he is.
Unbelievable.
No, how far those guys get and how they do it. You ought to see him wind up.
I would be. I'll kid aside. I think I would.
It's good to watch it a few times.
What I love
but
too is that there's guys that just got long hair or big old guys.
That's
and
all they
just,
do.
My gosh, yeah.
they go after the ball
pretty
like I don't know how they put their body in that kind of position.
Is Happy Gilmore in it?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day
It is 6
without 'em,
minutes.
brother.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Thank you for being with us today as we start another a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. This one starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Friday edition. Trying to prepare you for the weekend coming up. We'll review all things that may be happening over the weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. They've given you a kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the podcast archives, live and archive on our YouTube channel. All the different ways to grab the Rick and Bubba content can be found at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. And we thank you for being with us, however you find your way to the Rick and Bubba Show today. Scott Gorowski. What's eating Scott Gorowski? Well, here's grievance on the program today. We'll pick from the categories that he offers of things that are eating him, and he will pontificate on those we choose. That's happening. Also, the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. How much do you know about the Rick and Bubba Show? Do you know enough to win the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge? Stand by. An opportunity for you to do battle against another Rick and Bubba listener could happen on the program today. Across the way there he is, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your home for bare knuckle boxing,
Yes.
where only the strong survive.
Absolutely. It was a good call on my part to have a backup on CD2. Phone did doing weird things today. And it did not fire. Always have a backup, Bussy.
Always, back up, back up. Don't assume anything.
Let's go. Super Group Tesla. Somebody say bang, bang. You want to walk it right here, Speedy? Say. The modern day. Somebody say. Bubba, that written during the Cold War. Modern day cowboy.
There you go.
Bang, bang.
Bang,
I
bang.
saw that video on MTV. I'd never heard of them.
Yep.
Heard the one song, and I went to Newsom's in the mall and bought the cassette.
Got to go to
Because I had
Newsom's.
a rocking cassette player in my truck.
Yeah.
You know, so and the whole album's good. But they're my favorite band from that era. They
Yeah,
really,
we
and
had-
they never were huge. They were big, but not huge. But to me, they were the best.
We had 3 record stores growing up.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the one in the mall.
That's one in the
Newsom's.
mall. That's when you meant business.
and then Record Park where Dale worked.
Well, that's when you go. Then you go down to the pick.
The Pick.
You know, the pick's got the
And,
latest. He's got the lowdown.
What was the other? It was across the street from them. I don't remember what the name
Slip
of
disc.
it. Was that it?
That was
it,
later.
It eventually
That was
became
later.
that.
Right.
Newsom's, remember, it was located by the Orange Julius, and
Yeah.
then it moved.
Yeah.
Across
still-
to the other side.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
I liked
bigger.
it when it was by the Orange Julius was the heyday.
Well, when it was by the Orange Julius, I thought to myself, life may never be better than all this.
oh,
You know,
Rick.
I
I'd go
was-
in there and stage it because you
I
look
was
at
scared
albums.
of the Orange Julius because it had that little devil.
Oh,
It
yeah.
did.
Well, yeah.
Boy, that
was
Orange
scary.
Julius drink was good.
Well, you were like us. You had parents that tried to scare you.
think
from
that Orange Julius drink was good.
You think my grandmother would get something from Orange Julius?
You go in there in the chair, you know, you sit in, had a pitchfork.
Pitchfork on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I
had the
remember
old
that.
rock-looking walls with the torches.
Oh, yeah.
Greg,
that
you know
was
what the
horrible.
rock-looking walls were supposed to be showing you? Hell.
I know.
Yeah,
You know, I
so-
remember.
Rick, but that
I
sure was
remember-
a good drink.
I remember thinking, what are we trying to accomplish
Yeah, I'm not
here?
about sure about that theme. It was a little intense.
We talked about that, I guess, several months back. We were like, who comes up with the theme of, I'm thinking about our theme is like you're in hell.
Yeah.
A
we-
drink from hell.
But we have a delicious orange drink while you're sitting there burning.
And we have a Beelzebub burger.
yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, I don't know why we thought we needed to have a drink from hell. That was. I
It
mean,
just
we
didn't-
already had tequila.
Yeah, it just and you would yeah right absolutely.
But you remember they would have the big posters and the big full stand-ups of all
Oh,
the
yeah.
latest stuff. I remember for some reason when the
Now we're back.
Now
to
you're
you.
back to the record.
I'm back to the
store
record
now.
store. I'm out of hell and I'm in the record
We've
store.
left the hell themed restaurant, right?
You remember when the band The Knack was big and
Yes.
they had Get the Knack and it had I remember all that.
Yeah. You do really?
Yeah.
That was always whoever was the biggest. Their poster was up
Yeah.
in there.
Had ZZ
You know,
Top in there.
I remember Record Park had that. You know, they would have the little things the records went in, the little 45s. They would have like the top 40.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, and you know, every time the one I wanted would be sold out.
Every
Oh,
time.
of course.
Do you
the one I
remember
really was dialed into.
Do you remember they had the little record player you could put the headphones on and listen to it? See if
Well,
you-
that was
yeah.
later on though.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, when I went into Newsom's and I looked over there on the top 40 and I saw there was one single copy left of Sharing the Night Together by Dr. Hook. I thought,
And then you go look through the albums, you
Sure,
know.
of course.
When I found Play That Funky Music in there because hey, it was
remem-
sold out for a while.
I remember
But I
that.
went in there and it was actually available.
Yeah.
Boy, it was a big day.
Because you know where we heard it all the time on the jukebox in our lunchroom.
Exactly.
We had a jukebox in our lunchroom. You think we didn't think we had it going on?
Oh yeah, that was something.
you-
We did not.
You
wa-
heard a lot of KC and Sunshine Band.
You did. Something about walking in that lunchroom on Western Steak and Gravy Day.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden play that funky music was blaring out of the jukebox.
It was.
And we had a lot of German kids that couldn't believe they couldn't buy Heineken beer for lunch.
Sure.
They were mad, but we had that.
Well,
We
y'all had
actually
the
had
military
people-
kids. We had the jukebox. I mean, you walked in and you thought to yourself, "Will I ever be cooler than this right
Oh,
here?"
I know it.
Yeah, because the jeans I have on are perfect.
And you would look to see who
So
was,
did
and
you.
look, you could tell by who went to the jukebox whether or not because he picks good songs.
Oh yeah,
You know?
yeah.
So you had to go. How much was it? Quarter.
Quarter, probably quarter. And it was always the fight between the country music kids and the,
Right.
and the popular music kids, and then the rock kids.
The rockers in the middle. Yeah.
And you just hope and pray the right person had a quarter.
I remember our Pizza Hut had one.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
I love that.
You remember the one in Pizza Boy?
Pizza Boy at the mall. Well,
Right
that
there,
was a
right
small
there,
restaurant.
right there at the door.
Right at the entrance.
The one at Pizza Boy I always picked Jive Talking by the Bee Gees.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
I always did Fox on the Run.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I'd throw a little fog hat in there, food for the city.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Still to come on the program today, what's eating Scott Gorowski and the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. All right, so Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up again this weekend. Bubba and I completed that yesterday, and we will interview 15-year-old Caroline Smith, who is a staunch conservative talk show host.
Yeah, Caroline is quite a story, and Rick, she's a very interesting young lady, and she is going to do big things, and we're lucky to get her on the show now. Which it was a great interview. I was shocked at that was going on, and she was producing that all from Alexandria, Alabama.
Well, I was shocked
Near
the
our
fact
hometown.
that anybody who was 15 would care about these things.
Yeah, I mean, all of that. There's
what-
just a lot of good information in this. So catch that and get to know her, because I think you're going to see her a lot in the future.
And Speedy, good news for you.
Yes, sir.
It's as if Tucker Carlson's a 15-year-old girl. So you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, so they both believe all the same things. So enjoy that this weekend. I think you'll love it.
It was kind of funny because, I never have been able to experience this, but, acting older than my age.
Yes.
But dealing with her and trying to book her, I forgot, hey, I'm dealing with a 15-year-old. Because it was like I was dealing with an adult.
She
Yeah,
was.
you don't-
she was very,
very
very
adult.
professional and beyond her years. And the fact she said, which you'll hear this weekend, I think that you're going to see more younger people caring about these things because of the importance and the concern of the direction of this country,
Right.
and the fact that we there is an attempt, whether you believe it or not, and this is not some conspiracy theory, because it just works, and this has been said by Ronald Reagan on the positive side. It's been said by the Soviet Union on the negative side. All you got to do is turn one generation.
That's right.
If you turn one generation, you got it.
Yep.
And you can change the dynamic of a country's landscape completely.
Wow.
In one generation.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, and see what's funny is we're all banging our heads against the wall, and we don't realize they couldn't care less what we think because it's too late. What they're trying to do is indoctrinate the generation of young people to be the next generation to see things differently than we did. There's no changing. Yes, I remember the time when I was in advertising, and it was when I was selling advertising. I mean, early on, and I was being taken out, on the road by the sales manager, and he's trying to teach me the ropes. And I was thinking about, that was when Bubba, I was thinking to myself, I tell you, I don't know if it'll get any better than this. They're paying me $300 whole a week.
Yeah.
No way.
To work a 5-hour shift. And I thought, well, I'll tell you what. And then I would leave the morning show, and then I would go sell advertising. And and the rest of the day. And so we were going to a beer company to try to get them to buy advertising because we were kind of the rock station in town. And they had the rock series. What was it, Miller? I think it did that, the rock series.
Yeah.
So we thought, well, we should be the buy for that, because they weren't doing country music, they were doing rock. And so I'm talking to the guy from Miller Beer, and he said, well, give me the demographics of your audience. And at that time, the station I was on really honestly leaned more older rock.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, do y'all play anything that's more current? And we were like, well, we play some current songs. But he said, and here's why I'm asking you. I couldn't care less about these guys that are over 30. He said, we don't care about them at all. And I said, why? He said, they've already decided what beer they drink.
And he said, so there's no changing.
No changing them.
What we're going after is the person hadn't decided what their brand is yet.
Right.
And so we're going to convince them they should be ours, because when a man reaches a certain age, he ain't changing beers. And I think that's the
That's knowing your audience.
yeah. And so I think that,
Or his underwear.
yeah, or his underwear. And so anyway, I think we get so caught up in what I think is a distraction. We think there's some big war going on with all of us that are in our mid to late 50s, or you're 40 plus and all that. And really, they couldn't care less about us, because they know they're not going to change your point of view. They're after them.
Yeah,
that's who they're after. And so you got to be real careful where you send them off to be educated, and who you let them hang around, because I know you think, well, we've established in this house what they should believe and what they shouldn't believe. Yeah, well, and that's important. I'm not saying it's not important, but buddy, who they get influenced by once they leave that house is really, really important. And some of that's their own choices, because I heard a guy yesterday. His kids are mid-20s, and he made the quote. He goes, well, I basically told one who was not making good decisions, look, I'm done parenting. I mean, you're supposed to be a man now. These things you're choosing now, you're choosing on your own, and you're choosing against what I taught you. But I mean, I can't parent anymore. You're a grown man. I can suggest, but once they're paying their own way and buying their own stuff, it's so just.
So they do pay their own way at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's like getting a pay raise.
They do
for you.
Yeah, they do, and that's kind of the goal, isn't it?
Yeah.
And like I heard somebody tell me one time, we're not trying to raise just good kids. You're trying to raise functioning adults.
Right.
And our goal is to teach them how to go and leave.
Yep.
So
that's it.
And give them all you can, and then but there's that old
pack that suitcase.
Hey, there's that old free will that people have, and then they start making their own decisions, and who they get influenced by when they leave, and who gets around them. Shockingly, sometimes. Now, sometimes they'll come back because of those seeds. So those seeds are important. I'm not discounting the seeds, because I know for me, that's why I came back, was because it had been established in my life. So I eventually returned to that foundation.
Yeah.
But boy, I was talking with a young man this week that I'm kind of mentoring a little bit, and I said, but what you don't understand is you see me on the radio, and you see me with a wonderful wife, and you see me with children, and you see me, doing what I want to do for a living, and you think, well, it looks like it works out okay. And I said, well, on my redemption, it does. I said, but there's a lot of mess that was made by my sinful life that I live that will never be resolved on this side of heaven. So sin always matters. And I said, so you think at 19, 20, well, look, I see a lot of older guys. It worked out for them. I said, but you don't know all the damage it caused. Yeah. You go ahead and correct all this now. Mm-hmm. And then we talked about how to do that and all that. But it's important. And so that's a long way to say that's a pretty good podcast coming up this week.
Yeah.
And but I mean,
it's refreshing to see someone at that age.
And you have to listen to why she has established this worldview so young. You'll see why. There's some things that they changed, some things that they were doing for educationally and things like that. So anyway, that'll be this weekend. Caroline Smith, and she has her own talk show on YouTube and Instagram, and she's a staunch conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
that something else?
It's interesting to listen to. Really.
Just don't say that a lot.
No,
Right.
you really don't.
Yeah, and her goal is to one day to be a commentator and all that.
Yeah.
So in the political realm. So that'll be interesting for you to catch over this weekend. All right, so we'll come back. We'll kind of jump into. I heard you guys mentioning too earlier in the kickoff hour, and Bubba, I remember us doing this for years. Where we do the show from features one of NASCAR's. It features their biggest track, and one that draws people from all over. This weekend, Talladega is back to no restrictions, and you can feel the stadium.
That's it.
And
How about that?
People are already camping out. So those of you that are coming to Sweet Home Alabama from all over the country for the big race weekend, welcome.
And a couple of ball games, one in Tuscaloosa, one in Birmingham, and so we got a lot going on this
A lot
weekend.
of folks coming this way. And so crank up the Rick and Bubba show and enjoy it today as you settle in for a weekend in Sweet Home Alabama. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So, Greg, how'd you sleep last night, buddy? You sleep good? You sleep good?
You know why?
Yeah, why's that?
Helix. You know why? Because I told them how I like to sleep and what I like. The mattress, what type of mattress I want, how I sleep on my shoulder, back, whatever.
On your what?
Shoulder, kind of
shoulder,
sometimes.
okay.
You ever do that? But, I hurt my shoulder. I used to sleep on the side, and then I kind of hurt my shoulder, and it's not as good. So I'm more of a stomach guy.
Yeah, my deal is I take with
Custom
I
made.
take with my right arm or my left arm, which way I'm facing.
Yeah, and I'll flop.
And I'll take my pillow and I'll put it into my elbow and I'll get it up under me and I'll lay up on the pillow and my arm. Do you do that?
I do that too.
But anyway, helixsleep.com/Bubba. You go there, tell them how you sleep.
That's it. That's my point.
You hear how Greg sleeps. And then they send you a mattress that's based on the information they got from you. Also, they'll ask, what kind of firmness do you want on the mattress? You like that to medium, or you like it firm, or do you like it kind of be soft? So they'll,
Like a pillar.
Yeah, like a pillar. They'll do that for you. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That'll save $200 on the mattress that you design, and you get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. And they ship it right to your door. And you open up that box, and now there she is. Now you don't
Boom.
have. I mean, it's in there, and then it just lay out. I mean, you don't have
That's
to.
crazy. It starts. Shh. I mean, it starts. You can hear it filling up with air, and all of a
here we
sudden you
go.
look, and there it is.
And there it is. helixsleep.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You can find it there too. All right. So what are we going here? Are we doing giant ball of fire?
Yeah, let's
here,
do
or-
giant ball of fire right quick.
Okay.
Had some
Goodness gracious.
had
Great
several
balls.
pictures on social media last night. Got a few alerts and things that a
Willie
giant
Ralph.
ball of fire had been spotted last night. Rick, it was the CRS-23. That's SpaceX refueling. It's called Commercial Resupply Service. Re-entered the Earth. It launched in August, I believe it was, and had been in space for a month. And the capsule had disconnected from the International Space Station and came home last night. And during its re-entry, it was coming down the eastern seaboard a little bit, and it was viewable in a lot of places. And even here where we live, there was quite a few people got footage of it last night. So that, and it wasn't too late. It was right after sunset. So it really made quite a scene, as you can see in that video. That's pretty cool. I wish I'd have seen it. I was not out. I wish I had got a look at it.
In the middle of the night.
I didn't know it was coming in.
Dang it, you just
Come on, Bubba. You're supposed to know that stuff.
You could have gone out there with your My Pillow slippers.
Willie Ralph, I'm talking.
Bubba, did you not know this was happening?
No, I did not. There's so many of them going on
good
now.
gracious.
It's a lot going on.
Dadgummit.
Good night.
Oh. So what other ones are going on?
Do what?
You said there was a lot of them.
Well, this is the 23rd time they've supplied the International Space Station from SpaceX.
So what is it again? What is this thing that came down?
It was the capsule, where they
Who was in it?
normally the astronauts would be in it. Nobody was in it. It was it was a robotic mission to
Is it
restock.
is it dangerous if it hits you?
You would want it to hit you. I
Where'd
think.
it land?
Yeah.
Where's it going to hit?
In the water?
Yeah, it splashed down in the water.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Atlantic Ocean.
let me see if I have it right.
In the water?
SpaceX sent an unmanned something to the space station
Yes.
with supplies.
Yes.
And this is it falling back to the Earth.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, it took about a month for them to
I got
unload
it.
everything. It came back 23rd time they've done it.
It's almost like they sent us.
CRS-23.
It's almost like they shot a storage bin up there.
They did. That's exactly it.
And
They
they-
have the contract to do that, and that's pretty cool.
I
that
figured
they
they'd have a contest. Somebody could ride with it.
I know.
Bubba, are you amazed that we have all these satellites and things that come back from time to time that someone or a house or something has not been damaged?
But doesn't that
yeah.
happen sometimes, though? Doesn't something hit every now and then?
Well, every now and then.
Wherever that
But you
one
got to
incident.
think, just, dumb luck and crazy odds, 75% are going to hit in the water somewhere.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
that's
Lot of
pretty
water
good
out
odds
there.
to start with.
A lot of water.
But that was kind of
We
cool.
have a
I guess if
tremendous
you
amount of
saw
water.
that last night, because you that was kind of cool. But
No.
if they'd been astronauts
I
on
actually
it,
saw
you
it.
could saw it.
When you start seeing,
I won't make Bubba
when you-
jealous.
when
Oh,
you-
yeah, I saw that.
when you started seeing the videos, did you think, man, what am I thinking? Why was I not ready for this?
I know, I did a little bit. I was behind the curve.
Right, you probably was selling your truck.
I got a truck update today. I didn't get a
you
lot
do?
done on that yesterday.
Well, I walked in today and I was like, I don't know what's going on inside. So I'm trying to get in the parking
Right.
deck and all this.
So the first thing is some pediatrician was trying to give me a vaccine.
Right. Hey, we got to talk.
And then I got by him, and the next guy asked me how much Bubba want for his truck.
Right.
I mean,
Just like it says.
Sell that thing, Bubba?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
By the way, hey guys, I'm not selling Bubba's truck. I got
You got to sell that thing while it's
I'm
hot,
not involved in that at all.
I'm waiting at the end. I'm gonna throw a bid in there.
Greg's coming in late.
I think you ought to. I think you ought to fix it.
Greg's
Bubba.
holding
Keep it.
13.5.
Yep.
Well, we'll
Just
see.
wait and see.
We'll see. We're getting some getting it analyzed here, so we'll know more.
Are you only going to sell it to somebody that's fully vaccinated?
No. Vaccination status has nothing to do with
Wait
it.
a minute now.
I don't believe in vaccine passports.
Right. So Helms, that story you told, I can't believe it's
Yeah,
true.
it's-
I know.
I can't even
Well,
believe it's true.
insane.
It's
I
kind of
can't-
bothering us all.
Yeah,
Well, no,
It is.
look,
Make me mad.
We've been in this pandemic for what, year and a half, 2 years?
Well, you're in, what, 18 months?
Yeah, I think it's a year and a half.
Let's see. It started out in March of 2020.
Yeah.
And so when we got to March 2021, we were at a year. And now we're at October, which is the 10th month. So it's 17 months.
We've been discussing this stuff. We've been out experiencing different things. It is
19
the
months.
worst pandemic experience that I've had, and it had to do with a pediatrician and the way he talked down to me, pushed me on my own property, intimidated me, and kind of bullied me. And some of the things that he said to me and my kids is just unresponsible.
Well, I heard what you said. I mean,
irresponsible and unprofessional.
Bubba and I were,
Unprofessional.
getting ready for coming on, join you guys in the next, this hour, and we were kind of like,
yeah.
I told him
None of that was exaggerated. Matter of fact, I was kind on the air. Like I could have went further with it. I just
What did the
left it alone.
kids say when you got? Well, we'll cover.
we'll
it.
cover the whole
talk
thing.
about
We'll
it
do it later.
Yeah. They were bothered too.
I think we've all come a long way, and you talked
Did you
about
ask
that.
him if he'd seen the fireball?
Yeah, yeah, we
Well,
all come a long
You
way.
tell him about it.
Yeah, but I think
Ask him if he needed a truck.
I think one of those might have been that would have been a true test of the old thing from Calhoun County. Is this worth getting you butt whipped over? I mean,
I had to really talk myself down and really, hey Helms, this is 5 years ago. I realized you would have handled this different, but let's not go this path.
Yeah,
the girls don't need to see this. You don't need to do this.
Right.
Just kill him with as much kindness as you can and move on.
right? The doctor's already scaring your kids. You don't need to scare them too.
Right.
Right.
And here's what's funny, Rick, is my kids know me.
Yeah.
And Caroline thought, because I asked her about it, she thought I was about to launch. She actually thanked me after. She said,
Yeah,
hey,
you did the right thing.
She actually said I handled it better than she thought I would, which tells me I still have growth to go because she thought I was going to react in a certain way, and I didn't.
Right.
Because
And that's good.
She knows me. So
Well, and
yeah,
that-
it was
and that's
a win
growth.
on that front.
Sanctification.
But definitely it's scary from wow, so this is what I'm not the first person you've done this to.
Yeah, I think I would have gone, meek, really means strength under control, and I would have been completely under control, but I probably would have said, hey, man, can you and I step out here and hall for just a minute?
That was going to be that was about to happen, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, could you and I just step out here just a second, just
Yeah.
right outside here?
Yeah.
I just want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
And then I would have just clarified, how things need to continue. And you do your job. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do mine.
Right.
And let's get off this topic because it's gonna get ugly here in a minute.
Yeah.
So let's put our minds to the task of why I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what y'all charge us, why don't we concentrate on
Right. Right.
Please.
right. Let's just get that done. Hero. All right. So we'll
Well, all that after he put you in your place.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, you know what he did? He might as well take Helms and shoved him on his own property.
Yeah.
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 That would have been a less thing.
Has he followed up yet and seen if you got your vaccine yet?
No. Probably won't have any contact with him again after yesterday.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, it's one thing to be, a pediatrician. It's another thing to try to act like you're my daddy.
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't like that part of it too. Him calling me dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I got
Dad,
a name.
Dad.
I don't know if Helms really was this aggravated by it or is this an excellent, and I underline excellent ploy to never have to go back.
No.
A little of both. He has the potential for that, but I believe him.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Late Pat Summit. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so as we come back, the Super Bowl this year, the halftime show has been announced. And, but they're really, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar. There's your halftime show.
It's like they couldn't decide, so they just said, put everybody up there.
I'll probably just get up and go get a snack because out of that whole list, I'm not interested in one of them.
No, this is not my world of music. None of this. Probably out of the bunch, and this may surprise you, probably the one that I might sit and go and listen to just the talent of it all would be Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, she's a good singer.
Yeah, of the group. Now the other, I mean the whole hip hop rap thing is just not it just doesn't draw me in.
Now, if I want to be a fan of see what kind of spectacle we're going to do, pulling that off, I'll probably do that.
Yeah,
because I always want to see what stage and.
Yeah, I was so hoping Sugar Hill Gang would get added to that.
I know it, Bubba, and I was pulling for it.
And we'd have the whole history of it out there.
What if they put them in tag team off that commercial? Put them up there.
Back again.
Gold, by the way.
So this
and singing their new hit "Scoop." There it is.
Yeah, oh, that's good. I hate to go back to this again, but the
it's gonna hurt. You
may draw blood. Yeah,
you may bleed.
There it is. You know, we tried to figure out
will cut you.
where is the halftime show. I'm so confused by it now. I mean, I'm talking about as far as one time you didn't get paid, but you got the publicity. Then the NFL
you still don't get paid.
Then the NFL said you're going to have to pay us to be on the halftime show.
Yeah.
Right. I think they dropped that.
Yeah, I think they did.
So we're just back to the volunteer.
They cover all your expenses, though. I believe.
Do they?
I think so.
And
but if you've got a new record out or something, it's really, really good if you can pull this off.
So it says that Dr. Dre says it will be a Super Bowl halftime show to do in his own backyard, one of the biggest thrills of his career. And he added that it will be, and I'm not sure what this means, an unforgettable cultural moment.
Where is it at this time physically?
SoFi Stadium.
So Eminem, he's
Where's
got a
that
beard
at?
now.
LA.
LA?
Yeah.
Is that L.A.?
The Chargers and Rams Stadium.
You know, now Dr. Dre discovered Eminem, right?
Yeah,
They go way back,
yeah.
right?
In fact, I watched that. What was that thing about him and Jimmy Iovine? You remember the documentary?
Yeah.
They had gave him his own label, or he had started anyway. He was not doing good until Eminem was the one who brought him. Brought his new label to the forefront.
I have talked about this before, but if I could, do you remember when you sent? Let's see, Don Juan and I went to L.A. backstage at the Grammys. Do y'all remember that?
Yep.
And we went out there, and we didn't have really a way to get around. They put us up in a hotel, so we would walk a lot of times, just walk around and stuff. And when I think of Eminem, I think of this. There was a music store, and they had one of the local vans out.
Talking about Slim Shady?
One of the station vans or whatever. And we're walking and going through Beverly Hills and all this kind of stuff. It was kind of cool. And
they called the law on.
And we walked by, and out there it says that he's doing a signing.
An in-store?
Yeah. And, of course, there wasn't hardly anybody there. And this is when he just started. And we were like, who's that? And we just kept walking.
Did you ask him to please stand up?
And then, of course, he blows
who's
up.
Who's that white guy
who he is today. Yeah, I know. I'll never forget that.
He said he was about to lose it.
Also, another thing going into the weekend.
Who's this honky?
Involving football. Here we go again. And does anybody think the record will stop? Nick Saban will go against another former assistant. He is 23-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Hey, 23. So how many assistant coaches have coached against him and beat him? Maybe none.
Yeah.
So Lane Kiffin. Now I know that.
I think Lane might be the most dangerous one of the bunch. With his, last year's game was a shootout.
It was.
So, but no one is really to the level of what Coach Saban has set up there in Tuscaloosa. But it'll be interesting. I mean, it won't. I think it will be much more interesting than some of the other home games they've had.
Well, Greg made a point yesterday, and I agree with him that
the Ole Miss defense last year was horrifying. Yeah,
they're a little better.
As a matter of fact,
almost non-existent.
as a matter of fact, I think Oklahoma plays better defense.
That's
easy.
But Greg said, I know they got some recruits, but can you fix a defense that bad in 1 year?
That's the point.
I mean, one off season.
I mean, I know you can get a little
Get better.
The portal may have helped.
And the Freeze had it pretty good at one time.
Yeah.
But they had Kim Deitchies and all them.
Yeah. But what I somebody told me though he did do a lot of transfers, but still,
like I say, I mean, because their defense, it'd be different. You go, their defense was not about average last year. No, they were really bad.
They may not be able to win, but at least with the offense putting up the numbers that they have put up, and we expect to see them put up, they can keep pressure and make the game interesting.
Florida gave us hope to really look at this game based off what they did. Yeah. And I know it's in Tuscaloosa and that was in the swamp, but still.
But I must warn you.
But you know, of assistants, though, wouldn't you think that Lane Kiffin would be what I'd say consider the most dangerous?
Yeah, you're all over that.
Yeah, because he's he's a little wily and he's I think probably motivated.
And he had been a head coach before,
right?
Yeah, this year I think Kirby Smart is more dangerous because of the team he's got.
He's got a team.
But he's got the best chance to break the streak.
Yeah, but I go back to this.
Do you think they all that they crack at some key point because they're playing Saban under pressure and make a bad decision?
Mm-hmm. But I think what we saw.
I think it's just Saban has really good teams. He's hard to beat because his teams are better than everybody else. I mean, he's a great coach. Don't get me wrong, and part of that is building team, but a lot of it is because they're really good all the time.
They are, and coming into this year, now I could be completely wrong. Okay, because there's no way to predict what's going to happen, and there's so many things involving human beings that can't be predicted, because the coaches don't get to play. I don't know if everybody knows that they don't get to play.
Not once now.
But they do have to get everybody ready, and I think that Nicholas Saban last year, you may fool him once, you may get him once, but he gets a chance to prepare for you and knows more about this offense that you got, and then you got to come to Bryant-Denny Stadium. It would not surprise me as this idea of a big shootout is completely ruined.
You're right.
It's a 12-10 game.
Yeah, and he takes this high-powered offense this year, and you can't even believe it's the same offense.
Right,
it's possible.
I mean, because their preparation, once they've seen it, it's different. You kind of catch them. But sometimes
you wonder if it's going to live up to the hype.
Alabama under Saban has struggled with athletic quarterbacks,
dual threat guys,
and an option type offense. Dual threat guys are give you your best hope. Now you get a drop back guy
or special, like you said, the specialty guys, the wishbone team.
But listen, if you think you're going to beat Alabama with the drop back pocket passer, that ain't going to happen.
No, you're
pro style offense.
Yeah, pro style offense. They just they beat you on doing that while still eating a sandwich. But the dual threat quarterback and some misdirection and an option type offense, they struggle with that. And they have in the past. But usually the first time they see it. The second time is usually
it takes some time or two, but they usually make adjustments, especially when you get to the pro level. The pros absolutely will re-scheme a defense and kill something new that's come out.
Yeah, the NFL, if you love a quarterback that dominates and he's a dual threat guy, you're gonna get to love him long.
No, not at all.
About 2 seasons, and they adapt to it, and then that's then suddenly you're like, is this the same quarterback?
Wait a minute. What happened to the offense?
Right.
I think the key too is that everybody says Ole Miss's defense is better, and because they had a lot of these transfer portal guys come in.
It's not hard to be better than what they were last
that's
year.
true. That's true. But we'll see for sure this weekend.
If I didn't win any games and this year I won one, I did better.
I didn't do great, but I did better.
I watched a little. I watched them play a little bit.
Can't fall off the floor. Right.
Yeah, and they do look a little different on defense for sure. But to your point, it's got to be better, right?
Well, but I will say this: I do not think Alabama's offense is as good as the offense they had last year either. So all that could even happen.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be a good game.
Yeah.
And I do think Ole Miss's offense is really, really good. I'm not saying they're not.
No,
very good.
They proved that last year.
Put a
Quarterback's a
pressure
good player.
Yeah.
But there's just something about Nicholas waiting on you in this home field for the second year, and you kind of embarrassed him a little bit last year and didn't like it.
Yeah. And look, if you're Ole Miss, you walk in that stadium, and there they all are. That's a little intimidating.
Yeah, this ain't pandemic this year. You're not playing Alabama in an empty stadium this year.
Arch Manning will be on Bama's side on a visit this weekend.
Yeah, he sure will.
Official visit.
Probably where he's going to play. We'll be back top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza in Teleport. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here for another hour. Still to come on the program, the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge coming your way. College football fans, you can breathe a sigh of relief as far as Beth Mowens is concerned, but the NFL, there's still a problem. We'll update that coming up a little later. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
And of course, it's he's got things on his mind. We are about to find out what's eating Scott Gorowski. Scott, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're
Look
good.
at no sunshine.
Hey, you look a little sleepy. Did you not sleep well last night?
I had a great night's sleep. You can tell my voice is nice and high today, so
Yeah.
I'm going to have to slow it down and talk slow and clear.
Slow
Enunciation.
Will you enunciate for us, please?
I will enunciate.
So I know some things are eating you.
You have no idea.
Have you got any new categories
Yeah,
for us
yeah,
today?
I do have new categories for you today. Do I need to review? I'll just give you all of them again. We have waiters, waitresses in resorts,
Yeah, I remember that.
the Olympics, faster, higher, stronger, yeah, whatever. Thank you for telling me how special you are.
Oh, I like that.
Handicap parking, the Red Planet, and Michael Jackson.
Now, is that a new category?
No,
I
I've
don't
been
remember
there. I
that.
was
That was
made it.
last time. And then Hooked on Phonics, Miracle Ear, and Kryptonite.
And as always, Tim Tebow.
We finally got that one.
Tim's off the board now.
There's
There's
one
that
on
one.
there,
We
though.
finally got Tim off the board. Bubby, you got a favorite in there?
that's good.
You know, gosh, there was so many good ones there. What was that one? Mars and Michael
Yeah,
Jackson?
I'm leaning
Which
that
one was
one.
that one?
Okay.
I'm leaning that
Let's
one.
go with that
Give us
one.
that title.
And what's the
again.
title again?
It is, where'd it go?
Red Planet.
Handicap parking, the Red Planet,
Okay.
and Michael Jackson.
Okay, yeah. Let's have
Okay.
that.
Let's-
Are they
let's start
together,
with that
Red
today.
Planet and Michael Jackson, or is that
It's all
just-
together. It kind of rolls in together,
Okay.
okay? Handicap parking.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we
my
just quit parking in handicap spots?
Right.
Oh, no.
Okay, I build for a living. We don't build enough of them anyway.
Right.
And anyone who is truly handicapped really doesn't want to park there anyway.
Right.
Okay, they do anything to give up that little sticker.
You're
I'm
right.
going to make a few comments here, all right? Becoming old is a privilege, not a handicap.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So check yourself, all right?
Right.
If you're pregnant or struggling with your weight, that extra 25 feet of walking to park outside the handicap spot is going to help you. It's only going to benefit you.
That's true.
It's not going to hurt you.
Oh, boy.
You can't drive to the mall to go walking and park in a handicap spot. Now think
That's a
about
good
that. It's
point.
common sense.
That
It makes
is
no
common
sense.
sense. That,
I
that-
walk
that-
in the mall, but I
that
got my
makes a
sticker.
that makes a lot
It
of sense.
happens all the
Get a
time.
lot of email here.
Just because, hey, bring it.
Right.
Just because you got a stinking sticker on your window doesn't mean you're handicapped.
I see a lot of it.
Check yourself. I literally saw a guy parking in a handicap spot and walk into Planet Fitness and knock out 2 miles on a treadmill.
No.
That's the honest truth.
That did not happen.
It did happen. I called him out on it too.
Of course.
And you know what he did? He started parking in somewhere else. Parking somewhere else.
So he did
This
some
is
good.
at 6 in the morning. He didn't need it. I mean, he literally saved 8 feet to parking spot.
Now, Speedy said if you're just going to run in and run out,
That's
No,
not
do
what I.
not do
Hey, I didn't say
Real
that.
quick,
Greg.
Leave
This
your
is
flashes
his
on. It's-
segment.
he looks
It's
at the
like
parking
having
lot.
the
Not
sticker.
handicapped.
he checks and sees there's any handicapped people in the parking lot.
Right.
And
That's
if
a
there's
lie.
not,
Hey,
You're making
drive
God
by
say.
any country club golf course tomorrow and tell me how many handicap spots
Now,
you parked in.
that's funny.
100%.
And they're out there
I've,
just
I've
swinging.
played over 1,000 rounds of golf.
Right.
You can say, what a waste of time. We'll discuss that one day.
Yeah.
I've never seen a wheelchair on the green in my life. Not one time.
no.
Not over 1,000 have I seen a wheelchair on the green.
So
Never.
you've done over 1,000 holes of golf, never seen a wheelchair.
Rounds.
Rounds. So,
Not
golf.
one time have I seen a wheelchair on the golf course. Not once.
So-
not even one time.
Yeah.
those
So,
spots should be open
Give that up.
all the
Okay.
time.
so
Look.
you've done 18,000 holes and never seen a wheelchair.
Not one time.
Right.
Not once. But every handicap parking spot is filled. All of them.
Right.
Okay. It's 7 in the morning, which tells you the demographic.
All
All right. Mars. Can we quit talking about Mars?
Okay.
Please?
You're done with Mars.
Okay, let me tell you why. Okay, we can't even get out of Afghanistan. Okay, and we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about going to Mars. Okay, I was in New York City a few weeks ago for some procedures. There's crap piled up chest deep throughout the entire city.
Yeah.
They cannot get rid of their own refuse.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go to Mars.
Right. Yeah.
Can we not handle the trash problem in New York first?
So
If
you're
we
saying
not-
as far as priorities.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's a 6 to 8 month flight right now
Right.
to get to Mars.
Right.
We can't get from Atlanta to Seattle without somebody fighting. We're going to be on a plane for 6 to 8 months together. If you've got a plane or an aircraft to do that, just hover around the Earth for the rest of your life. Why go to Mars? Isn't Mars the place we're trying not to create Earth to be?
Right.
Exactly.
There's a study out there that says that in 100 years from now, the Earth could be 3 degrees warmer, which undoubtedly is a big deal.
Right.
Okay? Everybody listen to me. Mars is 150 degrees colder than Earth today.
Right.
Okay, today.
Right, yeah.
Why would we go and travel all that far? Plus, what are we going to protest? I mean,
true.
What are we going to burn down up there? There's nothing to loot.
That's true.
You know what I mean? What are we going to save? No wells, no trees. Okay,
Red dirt.
we're going to take a knee when we get out of the spacecraft. No one cares.
Take a knee.
Seriously.
Right.
I mean,
You gotta wear a
you know, hey,
spacesuit.
200 years from now, we won't be able to breathe on Earth. You can't breathe up there right now. Today, you can't breathe up there. So, man, can we just get
What
off?
you're saying and what we need to survive on Mars, just adapt it to Earth.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream. Look, we're going to kill each other far before the Earth kills us.
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
true.
we'll take care of ourselves. Just don't worry about Mars. If you got $1 billion spend of your own money, go for it.
Yeah.
Right.
But don't let me pay for that. Okay, it's just a pipe dream. Now, Michael Jackson.
Oh boy.
Look, here's my problem with Michael Jackson. He introduced this idea that you can become the best at what you do, and then blame your parents because you got there. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Think about Joe Jackson.
Oh my gosh.
We have exactly. We've got. I want you to listen to this now. If I can find it, we have all the Jacksons listed somewhere on this sheet.
Every Jackson.
There's a bunch of them.
There are.
You listed every one of them.
I did. Where'd he go?
That's what I'm saying. He looks confused.
Is it on
like
that
the
one?
list is not there.
we-
Just
do you
start
want
with
us to-
Tito
do you
and work
want
your
us
way
to-
down.
do you want
Well,
us
you
to
had Tito, Michael,
Jackie.
yeah,
Jackie, Marlon,
yeah,
Jermaine,
Ruby,
Reeby.
Centipede.
Latoya,
Janet.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All these people were good, but Michael Jackson was the very best.
The best of the Jacksons.
And then he brings down Joe. So it would be like, look, if Davis and Drew want to call on this show and say, hey, Dad, hey, man, when we were 12, 13 years old, you were a little rough. You know, you could have backed off. You know what I'd say? Guys, I'm sorry. You know why I'd say that? They didn't win the Heisman. Okay? Seriously. They didn't win the Heisman. They're not the champion golfer of the world. They didn't win synchronized diving in the Olympics because if they would have,
they didn't go to Mars.
I know. I'd say, hey, here's the hand if I'd done that because you succeeded. You're the very best.
Right.
Don't gripe about it.
Right.
They've got every right to gripe about it, but they weren't the best. You know, they didn't win the Heisman, so that's fine.
Okay.
Look,
So
and
you're
let's-
saying
let's-
I'm
and
sorry.
look,
I didn't get
let's
it.
act like
You're saying you didn't get it done.
Todd
didn't get it
Marinovich's dad was a nut job.
Yes.
But let me say this: if Archie Manning would have told Eli and Peyton not to eat McDonald's or drink Coke, they wouldn't have gone out of business, but they would have taken a stock hit. I can tell you that because
Yeah,
dads would have pulled it off. Marinovich's dad's a nut because Marinovich didn't make it.
Right.
If he'd have made it, we'd all been right in line with them. I can't drink Coke or eat McDonald's. We'd been right there with him. All right. So here's the list: Michael, Tito, Randy, Rebby, Marlon,
Okay.
Latoya, Jermaine, Jackie, and Janet, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
Right.
That's a big list, okay?
is.
Now, let me tell you
It's a lot
how,
of
for
dancing.
Michael Jackson, you know if you made it. The place you live is called Neverland,
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
You have a chimpanzee with a name, Bubbles,
Right.
okay? You died because a doctor was administering propofol to you
Right.
like melatonin gummy bears.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You've lived the American dream, okay? You've made it. There's no doubt you've been successful. Don't bring your parents down by this.
You're saying if it had not been for his daddy,
Absolutely.
He wouldn't have been there.
right?
And there's some greats out there. The what's got me going on this, Bubba, is this new Serena Venus.
Yeah,
fight. I don't want to run it down King Richard. What's that? King? I don't want to run it down because how about they're the best at
successful.
one time, the best two tennis players in the world. And Daddy might have been a little tough on some of those 4 a.m. mornings, but you know what? It worked.
Played by Will Smith.
Are
isn't
you
it?
are you telling me that if somebody says my dad or my mom was hard charger and very difficult, but if they get the result, you can't blame them for your success?
Exactly.
But if they don't get the result, you can say, yeah, I was probably a little harder.
You probably missed it. So most of us are in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sorry.
But I mean, let's don't admit, Michael Jackson owns the Beatles, the rights to the Beatles. Okay, you've done it, man. I mean, you made it.
Right.
Don't pull Joe down. I mean, I'm sure Joe had some bad days. I'm not saying he didn't.
Oh,
I'm not saying he was a great dad.
Right.
But if you're trying to produce the king of pop, How
That's
about
the
that?
guy you
It
want.
worked.
That's the food.
Okay.
Hey.
It did. It worked.
Listen, and the
Straight up.
consistency. I mean, he started this in the 60s, and they maintained it all the way.
I mean, LaToya,
yeah. I mean, he just kept pumping out the hits.
he did.
Yeah. Janet, pretty successful.
Oh, absolutely.
Incredibly successful.
Halftime
Randy,
shows.
Well, she had Centipede.
She did indeed.
We'll come back more.
The smooth criminal. He made it.
He made
I mean,
more What's Eating Scott Gorowski. We'll do one more when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of the Rick and Bubba Show. What's eating Scott Gorowski? It's been a popular new segment here on the program as Scott the Rock Gorowski airs his grievances on things that are eating at him. So we finally got
that was all real funny, Scott, except for that Mars part.
But Bubba didn't like the Mars
I understand.
part.
Just choosing common sense.
So that one was a handicap
I bet
parking.
Scott will go out here and talk on his cell phone too.
Yeah, there he goes. Don't
on
get
his
him started.
And use aluminum foil.
You're right.
Yeah, but I've said this on this show. Why would anybody want to go up there and have to live in a tube? And when you go outside, put on a space suit.
It's so woke, man.
You know, if you can find me a planet that's
so
just
woke.
like this one, with good deer hunting and a lot of fish to catch, I'll go.
So God gave us one to destroy. He's going to give us another one?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's my point, though. You're not.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, who wants to go live in a
headed-
miserable?
we're
why would
headed
you
to
want to go
Titan.
live in a tube?
Yeah.
You saw the movie Martian. Why you want to live like
That's
that?
right.
Well, it's practice to get to Titan.
So we got
Titan's the goal in our solar system.
Yes.
we got handicap parking,
Right.
the Red Planet, and Michael Jackson.
Yes.
What are some other choices?
What are our columns again?
Waiters, waitresses, and resorts. We have Hooked on Phonics, Miracle Ear, and Kryptonite.
Oh, wow.
The Olympics, faster, stronger, higher, and thank you for telling me how special you are.
Okay, gosh, those are all good.
I'm
special.
I've got if you. I'm going to pull something here. I mean, I know this is on my fourth time to be here, and you can fire me.
Sure.
This one, if I could talk about this one, it would help me personally.
Sure.
Okay,
Which one is that?
This is the one about Hooked on Phonics.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
Because
let's
I
go
have
to that.
I have blood pressure problems,
I know you do. Yeah. Okay.
and I've been struggling with the blood pressure.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is really
This will help. This is
this will
therapeutic.
therapeutic for me. It will help me. All of them help me, but
Go
this
ahead.
one more than anyone.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can our senior citizens just give us an effort?
Oh, no.
Just give me an effort. That's all I'm asking for. Okay.
We
That's
already
it.
took their parking away.
Not well. There you go. Okay. Just give me an effort. Okay. These are the same people told us to get up. You're not hurt. All these things. I mean, and then once you get past 70, I've noticed with my friends over 70, they've just decided, you know what? I don't care. Word pronunciations.
Yeah.
I have to tell my dad the wrong name to get the right name repeated back to me.
Okay.
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
Hey,
He has that problem here.
hey, Scott, tell me now. What's Rick's wife's name again? It's Carrie. Okay, Sherry.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And that's how it works. Because if I ever
brilliant.
said Sherry, it would never come out Sherry again. It'd be Carrie, Kim.
Yeah.
It'd be anybody but Sherry. So that's how I've done it. Because there's no effort there.
No.
Okay. It's not all timers. It's Alzheimer's. Okay. And by the way, if you have it, you can't tell me you have it because you know you have it.
That's
Right.
all.
Okay.
That's right.
Let's move on with that.
Good point.
There's no such thing as a seizure salad. Okay? The lettuce doesn't fall off the plate. Okay, it's seizure like the king. All right, you can
Just give an effort.
you cannot get prostate cancer. Okay, it's impossible. Okay, you will be prostrate before the Lord, but you can't get prostate cancer. It is prostate. Okay, there is no K in Walmart. It is Walmart, not Walmart. Okay, I get that all the time. Chimney does not have an L. It's not chimney.
Chimney. Yeah.
Okay, it's not diabetes. It is diabetes. Okay, and it's just lazy. It's all this is just being lazy. There's not a statute of limitations. It is a statute of limitations. Okay.
Is he talking about this?
Okay? No, I'm not. I'm talking about the
Sounds
same
like
person said to me, "Hey, man, did you see that girl wrestler?" I said, "I saw a girl wrestler." There's no wrestling. There's
Right,
no
yeah,
A in wrestle. Okay, so that's just being lazy.
And
now,
you just don't think it's a good effort.
just give an effort.
Right.
Please turn your phones down. Can the old people turn their phones down? They have it on speakerphone.
Right.
Okay. And they must have some app that makes it louder than everybody else's phone. Because, I mean, look, there's one place left
Sorry,
on earth.
sweetie.
There's one place left on earth where I feel comfortable and I feel like kind of proud of myself. And that's at the cardiologist.
What?
I'm 20 years younger than anybody there and at least 50 pounds lighter than anybody in the room. So when I walk in, I feel like Brad Pitt again. Okay? All right? It sounds like a missile defense system going off inside that room. It's your cell phones going off, okay? They pick it up, and that miracle air starts kicking back that feedback, and they're yelling. And look, I don't want to hear what they're saying because after 70, they really don't care.
No, they don't.
Okay?
No.
And what's coming back to them doesn't care either.
Right.
So we're getting to hear both conversations, and
Yeah.
there's 30 of them going on, and I'm the only one who cares, I guess, because it's just going on. This is an absolutely true story. I'm getting a procedure done. This is not orthopedic. This is something else. When there's people there, and we are, my wife and I are the youngest people there by 30 years.
Okay, 30 years.
Except for one other couple that's deaf. I checked them. They are deaf.
Did
I did check.
did the
them.
test?
Yep.
my goodness.
So they're deaf.
All right.
And when you sign in, they give
Did you
you.
just
checked
say,
them, Rick.
Did you just say sign in after saying there was a deaf couple?
Listen,
Go ahead.
when you, I'm getting you better. They give you a miniature landmine when you sign in. Okay, when they want you to go to the nurse, a red light goes off that will land airplanes out on 280. Okay? It vibrates and it makes the worst, awful sound you've ever heard in your entire life. Okay, we're sitting there, and then the man across from me and his wife are talking. Of course, we know everything about their family now and everything else, and all of a sudden, his beeper thing goes off. And I grab my wife in fear. Lights going everywhere. They never stop talking.
Never
Seriously.
even checked up.
The deaf lady looks at me like, you gonna do something about this?
So
She can't even hear it. And she looks at me like, there's enough commotion to know it's this guy. Are you going to say something or not?
right.
So I say to the man, sir, hey, I think that's you. What? I think that's you right there. Well, I don't know where to go. I said, man, that's impossible. Okay? Because they've been sending me text for 3 days.
Right.
Know where to go.
Right.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
I go in every 15 minutes. I know you do.
Right.
Okay? Find the lady with the white coat on and the stethoscope. Go to her.
Right.
Okay? Go get your probe done and get on out of here because everybody's hearing this except you.
Right.
Everybody.
Okay.
Okay?
Even a person who's
And
deaf.
I'm convinced he hears it. He doesn't care.
Right.
Again, it's just going back to being lazy. Okay?
Right.
Look, your phone will do everything my phone will do. Okay?
Right.
You can find weather.
Right.
One of my relatives
Oh boy.
This is really helping him.
texted my son and asked him to look up the number to Netflix and send it back to him.
You didn't.
That's true. Now think about how much less he would have had to type if he would just typed in Netflix phone number
Right.
into
Right.
a search engine.
Yeah.
Okay? But for some reason, they're convinced that we have special phones. Okay? That my phone will do things that their phone will do, and that somehow they never got an iTunes password. Okay? I'm like, if you're on iTunes, you have a password.
Right.
Okay? It's not my fault you lost it, and I'm not Bill Gates. Okay? Also,
Sorry, hold up. We'll come back. Just look, you feel better?
I'm almost there.
Okay. You feeling better?
I do.
We'll let him finish.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour.
I feel like I'm in a progressive commercial.
Right. That's nailing it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, and we thank you for being with us. What's eating Scott Gorowski? He said this last one, and he knew, and I like how you acknowledge. Look, I've only been here 4 times, and I'm trying to throw down the card. But when we found out that it would help your blood pressure, we said, you know what, Scott, go right ahead.
Yeah, we'll do what we can do.
And this is Hooked on Phonics, Miracle Ear, and what was the other one?
Kryptonite.
And you were getting to the fact that people think that your phone and other younger people's phones have things on there that their phones don't have, and that's kind of where we were. And somebody had asked your son to find the Netflix number for them on a phone they could have found it on.
Oh yes, and look, Kryptonite for our senior adult friends is an iPad.
Right, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. You go to any doctor's office, which I'm in a bunch of them, and they hand them the iPad and say check in.
Yeah,
I love to watch the reaction. Okay, they're just
buckle.
I ain't giving my address. They've already got your address. That's what's on there.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
How do you get my address?
Right.
You know, the sex ain't none of their business. No, it's male or female. It's just, I was sitting there beside the guy with my hand around him, walking through it. He's just, I mean, they completely shut down. And this is a great generation.
Yeah.
A hard-nosed, tough,
absolutely.
get after generation. I love this generation. But when it comes to technology and this, they've just stopped.
Yeah.
They've quit. A couple of reminders. The prince from Saudi Arabia does not need to park his money in your checking account for 48 hours.
No, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That is a common
The
request.
Messianic Jews are not running a stateside fundraiser to rebuild the temple.
Right.
Okay. I mean, okay, people are losing fortunes.
Oh.
I'm serious about this.
No,
if I get a call,
No.
hey, you know, so-and-so's asked for money. That's a scam.
Right.
How
Yes.
do you know? Because it's idiotic. That's how I know.
Yeah, that's
It's just if it evades common sense, it's just don't do it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
how do you know?
It's just
idiotic.
I mean, truthfully, right? But I have a close relationship to a family member who's a financial advisor.
Mm-hmm.
Legitimate calls from people freaking out because don't ever turn your computer over to somebody.
Right.
Hey, this guy wants to get in there and look for something. Yeah, your checking account number.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But it happens. So this generation, I think, has just gotten lazy because they're all brilliant. They all read. And it's saying, oh, my mom was, oh, you got to read. Well, undoubtedly not, because I know how to get weather on my phone. I mean, well, that math and stuff is a little overrated because I can type in what's the weather in Birmingham and it'll show it to me every time, as will their phone. Right. Of course, they're going to buy that refurbished one.
Oh yeah,
the seniors are.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not gonna spend an extra $150 to get you the good one. We're gonna get the smallest one we can get. We can't and gripe about the text being too small.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we could get the bigger one, but we're not going to. That's another $100.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get the smallest one we can, and then it's not gonna do anything we want it to do. Okay. Try adding ESPN Plus to your parents' TV.
No,
try doing that.
No.
we went through
Try
that.
going
I've
through
done
that.
that with
We
mine.
went through this.
That was a couple of Saturdays ago.
Yeah.
Trying to explain that whole entire situation. First of all, just understanding what a smart TV is.
Yeah.
We never got past that.
Try
Okay?
YouTube TV.
You don't understand. We
Stop.
don't got cable back here. It doesn't matter. Okay. I know that's odd. It really doesn't matter. And
Right.
I know you have 2 landlines.
Right.
Okay, with different numbers.
That's funny.
Right. But ESPN Plus, I promise you, it works. Doesn't here. Must be my internet. No, it's not. It's not your internet. No, you don't have a special internet that doesn't work.
Right.
Okay, they don't pay you for. I mean, it works just like your neighbor's does. I notice he's outside with his cell phone on me. It works.
Right.
It works. Okay.
How about take a picture and text it to me? That's
Yes.
That's a tough.
Oh,
one,
how
too.
about I thank you, Speedy. This came from another in-law. Person. My phone will store pictures. Really? No, man, I can't. My phone will store pictures. Now it takes 10,000.
Right.
Okay, I have pictures of him taking pictures. Right.
You have
But
pictures of him taking
I do.
pictures.
I take pictures because he or she is so into it. Okay.
Right.
But he can't show you any of them because he didn't know where iPhotos is. He didn't even know it exists. Okay. So then I say,
So he's taking pictures and don't know where they
no,
are.
he didn't know they are. I can't even enjoy them. Why do you take them? Well, they're somewhere. I said, you think they're in the cloud? They've hidden them up there in that cloud.
Oh, don't talk loud.
You know?
Don't do it. No.
You bring cloud up.
Oh, because it's like you hit one button. Where'd you find that? Well, that's on the home screen. which is the first screen you come to, and you only have 3 apps. It's one of the 3. Okay, hit all 3 of them, and one of them's going to pull up pictures.
Right.
Okay?
Probably the one that has photos.
Yeah, you're going to see internet pop up. You're going to see pictures, and then you may see something that's like an email. Just delete that one. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's all you have to do. And then, hey, about this: when the phone rings and the entire world knows it's ringing, answer it. And don't put me on speakerphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand that.
It's constant. So again, I sound like I don't love this generation. I love this generation.
You
I
do.
do.
You do.
I just
you don't like their effort right now.
because you know why? They require so much of all of us in a great way.
They did.
Okay, we're just going to try to ask them to do it in return. And also, friends of friends of mine that are older. I love you, but please quit calling and tell me how bad your life is.
Right.
I know it's bad. I mean, look. I mean, seriously, when you get 80 years old, look, just count the days. I mean, look, let's be happy you're here. You don't have to call and tell me how miserable you are. I know it.
Right.
Okay? Be tough. You're the same guy told me to shake it off, put dirt on it. I have to say the same thing to you. You're fine. Move on.
By the way,
Well,
that's
this
a
has
great
been
point.
an enlightening segment. Scott.
Seriously. I mean,
We're going to have
I got
emails saying,
friends.
please talk about COVID.
No, hey, I got friends. I've got friends that are elderly, that are old, that are over 80 years old. And I'll get a call. Hey, just checking in on how you doing. Before I can even answer. Well, you know, my diabetes is active.
Right. You didn't get your answer out.
No, it's not.
Didn't get to how you
No, and I'm like,
Hey, let's face it, you've got some you can bring to the table.
this is the
And he wants to know what the weather's going to be.
Yeah, and you look up while you got you on the phone. Could you tell me how to get in touch with Netflix? I heard ESPN. I couldn't watch the game. I love that. I couldn't watch the game. Really, because every game, including Sanford's, going to be on the Saturday at some channel. Not on my TV. Oh, you got one of those special TVs that blocks football. Okay, because every other TV's got it. Not on mine, man. ESPN, I don't have that station.
Well, we did a segment a couple of years ago.
Oh, there he goes.
We did a segment a couple of years ago.
Scott, you're on fire today, buddy.
Man, that man is on fire.
Is Dad, no matter what smart TV he had, all he wanted to know is how you get Channel 4.
Yeah, because it was a different number.
He was like, I just want to be on channel. I want to be able to get Channel 4.
Hey.
And I mean, I finally just gave up.
Oh, it was unreal.
The whole concept of applications, honestly, is just not. It doesn't. And I understand it is a little bit complex.
No,
I remember
it
seeing
is,
the first iPhone with our friend Randall,
Yes. Oh yeah.
and like, blows your mind.
Yeah.
Right. But we're past that. We've had to learn. We had to just kind of keep up. You know, I mean, don't put a book on a tablet. That's you can't do any of this kind of thing. So the application, learning to use an application is just. And downloading something, forget it. If I send a loved one of mine something they enjoy, here's a response back. Would you please send this to, and I get a list of names.
Other people, yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And I mean, what do you mean? Can you not forward this? My phone won't do that. Okay? I'm not lying. Okay? So you can send me 5 of your friends' names,
Right.
and you can actually tell me where to find their phone numbers.
Right.
But you can't forward an attachment of a 30-second video.
Right.
No, my phone just won't do that.
You stormed the beach at Normandy.
Yeah.
And you can and you're just
You
saying their
ended
effort.
the Third Reich.
Right.
These
And
people, some
their
people,
quest for world
And
domination.
they told us they would not tolerate anything being half done.
some of these people live without electricity in their life. They've done it.
That's right.
Okay? They've had to go outside to go to the bathroom.
Right.
And we can't forward a picture
Right. Yeah.
of a dog with a man's face, something funny. we can't do any of that. I mean, it's
But you're
just
saying they're not
frustrating.
putting the effort in.
That's all it is, because there's plenty. Listen, everybody I've talked about in my life is smarter than I am.
Right.
And that's not a stretch.
Right.
And these words we're talking about, we know they're used all the time. How many,
You just don't like their effort.
we struggle with just words like youth. We can't say youth. I mean, it's not youth. It's youth.
Right.
It's not a desk. It's a desk. Okay? It's just putting those 2 letters together. That's all it is. It takes a little. I would give it. It takes a little bit more effort.
Right. But
But
you're
that's all
saying.
it is.
But you're saying, how can you people that told us about effort be showing so little effort?
When you don't know the name of my friend of 45 years.
Right.
45 years.
Right.
When you can't remember his name, that's fine. But when I tell it to you, repeat it back to me correctly.
Right.
That's what I just told you.
Don't give me another name and then act like I'm wrong because I corrected you.
Right.
Well, but it doesn't matter. Well, that doesn't matter. That's his name. That's the name. I mean, that's what he goes by. So it is important. Don't get mad at me that you can't say.
He won't answer you.
Tim.
Do you feel better?
Oh,
Does this help?
I mean,
I bet your blood
y'all put off with a heart attack for at least another 6 weeks.
Oh, good deal.
Hey, that and 2 baby aspirin, you're going to be ready to go.
right.
Oh,
Turn the
man.
roll.
Fired up.
There it is. Some things that are eating Scott Gorowski.
Yeah.
Scott, thank you, buddy. If we got more to come on the program today. 866 We Be Big is our number. We will update you on the stories of the day, take some of your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. This is funny. Out of Hickory, North Carolina, Mike says, hey, my wife called at the end of Scott's segment. I wanted to hear how it finished, but my phone won't get a podcast. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba show, speaking of the aging process. Relief Factor, it's all natural, 4 botanicals, works, with your body's natural inflammatory response to take away the aches and pains of aging or overexertion. Here's a great email. This one comes from John out of the free state of Florida. He said, for a little over a month now, I've been taking Relief Factor. I'm not one to get caught up in trendy things, but after hearing about it on the show, I finally decided to give it a try. After 4 days, the pain in my knees went away. Literally, it was gone. The constant pain I had been dealing with, even when trying to sleep, is gone. He said, I was taking 800 milligrams of ibuprofen 3 to 4 times a day because of the pain being so bad. And we all know that's not what that's designed for, and you could have bad side effects from that. So I'm glad that I found this product. You're welcome, John. Thank you for taking time to send Relief Factor an email. So you can get yours, too. It's a 3-week supply, and you can get that by simply going to ReliefFactor.com. 3 weeks of Relief Factor is $19.95, and the reason why we do the 3 weeks is inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is working for you or not. The Quick Start Pack can be found at our sponsors button at rickandbubba.com, and hopefully we'll get an email for you. I take it every day and love the product, Relief Factor. All right, so as we make our way back, trying to go through some of the emails that Scott has.
He'll generate some emails, won't he?
Yeah, thank you. Scott perfectly is describing my life with my aging parents. So that's there, and but this is the one that jumped out at me that had nothing to do with the segment, and we're getting a lot on the segment. And it looks like we're all on it. Am I missing something? Is there a Puma loose in Birmingham?
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Here's someone that says, hey, guys, with this Puma on the prowl in Birmingham, as if we know that.
Yeah.
Does anybody know that there's a Puma?
There's a big cat loose.
That there's some sort of panther-type thing? Bubba, this is your area. Loose in Birmingham? I know Moultrie said it's not happening. And Chuck Sykes says impossible, but is this something that somebody had in captivity?
It's a Crestwood resident who claimed to have seen a Puma on the loose. May have been looking at another cool cat, according to Carol Baskin of Netflix Tiger King.
Good news, Rick. It wasn't a Puma. It was a mountain lion.
Right. So this man says that his wife is terrified to go outside, and she won't take the dogs out. Could y'all get Gary up here to solve this?
First time hearing of it.
Hey, I'm telling you, I seen them plenty of times. Anybody that tells you that we ain't got panthers in this country, in this state, they crazy. Yes, I tell you, this video needs to be reset again. Now it's
That's official.
Yeah, now it's happening a lot.
Dying.
By the way, this is dying. It's pretty important to a talk show too. Yeah. But anyway, it's the old Plaza, she limping home, and is this how it felt to be on Apollo 13?
Yeah, that's it.
You're just trying to get it back.
Just get back to the water.
Yes. So anyway, but I didn't know this, that there's some panther sighting in Birmingham that has the people of Birmingham terrified. Did you know
I saw a couple of things on that too, and I was kind of like you. I was curious, but I hadn't really tracked it down yet. I thought, you get those first few, you wonder, hey, are they for real or not?
So it's been going on for a week or so, I guess.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop on it.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, he's acting like we should know that now people are scared to go out. I mean, has it got to that level that we're so concerned about it? Wow. We got Jordan standing by in the great state of Alabama. You can reach us now too at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Fire it in there, Jordan.
If you got something on your mind, something you want to talk about, you can certainly join us now.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Rick, can I read this one statement from Carol Baskin?
Yeah, sure.
It could be an escaped cat. If it's a black leopard, the leopard is the smartest of all the cats. They are the best escaped artists, and once they're out, they're really hard to catch.
Is she commenting on Birmingham?
They actually, CBS 42, our local, interviewed Carol on Saturday about this, and she gave some tips and pointers.
So this is some story that's going on.
Oh,
I wasn't even aware of it.
Yeah.
Shows how much I stay on top of the news.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop totally.
All right, so back to Jordan. Let's see what's on his mind.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys.
Hey.
A while back, you had a guy on that did a top 10 list of the funniest things heard during Greg's colonoscopy, and it was pure gold. But we never addressed what the funniest thing said during Speedy's colonoscopy was. And it was actually said by Speedy himself. Right as they were about to put him under, he looked up at the doctor and said, "All right, doctor, fire it in there."
Okay. Top 10 Lamar called in on Greg's procedure.
Sure, I remember
the top
that.
10 list.
Yeah,
And that's what he's referring to. For those that
I think he was trying to give you a funny.
He was.
Yeah. Instead of Jordan, it was all right.
It didn't really land.
Right. You know, it's probably one of those things that he probably was to himself laughing. You know, I've had this happen. Even hosting a show, you think, man, I got a winner today.
Or last night when he was talking about it, it was really funny.
Yeah, right. And he probably owned the room with it.
Yeah.
And but it's kind of like we've said about karaoke. Singing with the radio is much easier than when you're just trying to produce it yourself.
Well, it's just like with Greg and myself. We give a lot of people hope to be in this business.
Well, we all do.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're not lifers like you guys. We
Yeah.
came in from other jobs,
Right.
And when a gentleman like Scott Gorowski comes in and owns it, other people think, well, I tell you what, I've been wanting to call in about this.
Right.
Now's my time.
Right.
That's what happens, and it's just human nature, and I get it.
And they probably even think I'm going to end up on a best of CD.
Yeah. They'll probably have me in like they do Scott.
Let's go to oh gosh, is this going to start? We're focusing on the one. Is this the one? She's just going to say in general, probably. You know what's about to happen. The door of Panthers is opening. Catherine, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Catherine.
Hey.
Hey, Catherine.
Yes.
You're on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was calling to tell you guys that I have seen the mountain lion or cougar, whatever it is, in my neighborhood.
Is this the one that everybody's freaking out about in Birmingham?
The current one?
It was about 3 months ago.
3 months ago. So do you live in Birmingham?
Yes, I live in Cahaba Heights.
Oh, really? And so describe what you saw. What was the color of it?
It was like a sandy, light brown color.
And you not a bobcat? It was you think it was a cougar?
It looked like a mountain lion.
Like a mountain lion.
Wow.
Okay.
Long tail, and the way he walked was like really slow, and he had big legs.
Okay. And you saw this like coming through yards or in a wooded area? What?
It was in a backyard that's backed up to the woods. My 9-year-old son saw it too.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess this is something that's thank you for your call. Is reoccurring, and honestly, the tan-colored classic mountain lion cougar. Yeah. I mean, I've had a number of people. And yes, some people have said they've seen ones that are black in color too. But I mean, I've heard this. I mean, I have people that you being one, that have said, look, this was not some glimpse.
Right.
I watched it for a period of time. I mean, there's no mistake.
10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. And, the one that you and then another friend of mine said out his house is a big open valley going up to the mountains. He said I watched it come across the whole open area.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's possible that could be happening. Now it could be one from captivity. It could be that too. Yeah. It could be some of those that doesn't know where state lines are.
Yeah, because we've been told the ones in surrounding states can read and won't cross over.
Yeah, let's go.
What part of town is this thing loose in? Do we know?
No, she just said Cahaba Heights.
She just said Cahaba Heights.
The Crestview, Cahaba Heights. We keep hearing those two mentioned. By the way, I don't know if y'all know this or not. That's 10 minutes from here.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. They're trying to go to nicer part of town. Where people usually keep little pets and stuff.
Sure.
But you would think they go where there's like livestock out in fields, so wouldn't you?
Yeah, but you got farmers with guns out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, look, we're trying to have peace of mind when it comes to what will happen to our family financially if, God forbid, we were to die at a young age, or just what is our family going to receive? And a lot of times it gets so complicated. People try to get you on this whole life stuff, and you've heard Ramsey going about this too. I want to point you to the simplest way to get some term life insurance. I mean, when it comes to it, don't we just want to know this? We want to know, what does our loved ones receive when we pass? And make it simple. So I want to introduce you to ladderlife.com. That's LADDER life.com /Rick Bubba. They could not make it any simpler, okay? Right now, you can get 100% digital when you apply for $3 million or less in coverage. You don't need doctors. You don't need needles. You don't need paperwork. If your age is 20 to 60 and you need coverage and you need to team up with a company that's redeeming life insurance, choose Ladder. Okay, they have term life insurance. They're not going to put you through a sales pitch. You're not going to be filling out tons of paperwork, then wait 6 to 8 weeks to find out if you've been approved. And you're not going to get a zillion phone calls from agents trying to bundle it with this whole life stuff. With Ladder, you get fast, affordable term life insurance without ever leaving your home. So make the move now. LADDER life.com /Rick Bubba. Again, if you apply for $3 million or less and you're from the ages of 20 to 60, this can be done from the comfort of your home with no doctors, no paperwork, and no needles. LADDER life.com /Rick Bubba. That's ladderlife.com /Rick Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Still to come, the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helms, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. Wheel of Meat spun yesterday. What's Eating Scott Gorowski was last hour. So if you missed that, you catch that in the podcast archives today. Rick, how do I get podcast archives to listen to on my own time, maybe parts of the show I missed? Well, just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find all that information there. Or you can just go to your podcast app, search Rick and Bubba Show, and you'll get the archives, and you'll also get the weekly unique podcast called Rick and Bubba University. We got another one of those coming out tomorrow. We interview Caroline Smith, host of the Patriot Talk, 15-year-old conservative talk show host. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And Rick, before we go to these phones, I got an email here that might help shed some light on this situation. This comes from Preston. He says, hey, guys, I live in Santa Rosa Beach down here in Florida, and there's tons of cougars down here from the Birmingham area right now.
That's funny.
They're at Bud's and Alley's. They're tan color. They're all over the place.
Yeah. By the way, I love Bud and Alley's. It's really good. That's funny. And I knew that was coming. All right, so let me see. Here we go again. Anytime we get into this big cat thing. So I'm not into all the I saw one time I saw. What we have now is we have a scare, I didn't know this, in part of Birmingham, Alabama, that a puma, a cougar, a mountain lion, a panther, whatever you want to call it, is loose. Now, we're realizing a story that James is going to weigh in on, where there is some sort of attempt to get these Tiger King people to do another show in Huntsville or Madison with someone who keeps big cats, and some of them got out of a barn. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading here in the story.
And so James claims
there's a pet store owner who owns 2 exotic cats native to Africa escaped from a barn on the property, is what this story says.
Now, James claims that he caught them.
Okay.
Is that right, James? Did you catch these cats?
I caught the female. The male, she winded up catching in the lady's backyard because it got famished from not eating and couldn't get back over the fence. These animals aren't known for jumping; they're known for running.
So, what kind of cat are we talking about?
This is a African serval, male and female mating pair. These cats are a little bigger than an Alabama bobcat, and these are domesticated cats. These are like 6th generation domesticated cats. They weren't in a barn. They were in a garage area. She let them out into a pen, and they dug under and got out.
So say the name of it again, because your phone cut out a little bit.
Serval, Serval, African serval.
Okay.
Okay, and we're looking at it. Looks like a tiny, almost like a tiny cheetah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're very similar to a cheetah. They're fast. They can only jump 6 foot. And these cats, once I got involved, basically they got on my hunting land, and I went to her and said, look, if you put out a reward, they'll come. I'll have to have them arrested. I don't want to do all that. So let me catch the cats. And me and my 8-year-old son set a trap on Sunday and had the female caught by Tuesday morning.
So, James, is it true? I heard that you waited till it was dark and got a helicopter and went to a big parking lot and shined a red laser down, and they came right to you. Is that right?
Well, listen, these cats are not obviously a bobcat or a puma, but they are elusive. I've got hunting experience, obviously, and I've caught animals quite a bit. So this was something that was easy to me. The male left the female, went across the highway, Winchester Highway there in Newmarket, northeast Madison County, and he got into a subdivision and a lot of fences, a lot of stuff. He was obviously tired out, and she was in the woods. She stayed in the big woods area next to the river, and she ate well, and she was not famished when I called her. She was doing well. But good experience for me and my son. I've got pictures. I'll be glad to send the big show. But I don't want to get out there in the world because this Baskin, Carol Baskin lady actually has tried to find out who I am. She's not happy that we caught them. We actually had organizations here in Madison County that wanted to catch these cats and take them from the owner.
Well, why did she not want you?
Why did she not want you to catch them?
Oh, they wanted to catch them. They've got people that came here to look for these cats because they she needs to be relevant. So she wanted to have people to catch them, take them away from the owner, claim the owner had no business to have them. These animals are actually so domesticated that you don't even have to have a permit to own them in Alabama anymore.
Oh, really? Okay, so these people have these legally then?
Yes, she's got a license. She's got a very large exotic animal, turtles, cats, the birds, squirrel monkeys. Very, very good operation. It was misfortune that they got out. But here's the thing. People have asked me about it that know that I did this, and I'm like, look, if your dog got out, it's a domesticated animal. You'd want it back. These are domesticated. I pet these animals after I caught it, and it got used to me.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I appreciate that, man. Thanks, thanks for
I
the
bet
update.
they purr really loud.
Yeah.
Sound like a Corvette backing up
Yeah.
there.
How about his every day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot to round up. And
to me, when the spitting cobra was loose, that was scarier.
I didn't like that at all.
Yeah,
I think
because
that
they said he could spit your eyes out 20 foot away.
on the exotic pet, scoreboard.
Look right there. He didn't like that little kid petting him.
Well, look, I've seen regular cats do that to people. But the spitting cobra on the list of an exotic pet owner has caused problems for everybody. I'm going to tell you, I had that way up there in my top 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say, I do think that tiger is the biggest disaster, when one of those gets
or
out.
lion,
But I feel
rhino,
like, here's
hippo.
and I could be completely wrong on this. From what I know about, when a tiger, even a tiger's been domesticated to some degree, it may not be 100% that he'll attack if he's out there.
Right.
But a spitting cobra is going to.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
You don't domesticate Satan's little hand puppet.
No, I mean it's still. I mean it comes
And
from.
I think that one's even closer. I think he's right up there next to Big Red.
Oh yeah, well
he's got that hood piled up. You know?
Yeah, anything that comes out of the bowels of hellfire.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with.
No, I don't. Either. I'm against.
Like you said, and you said it perfectly. You don't have to go any. Look at that, Bubba. You don't have to go any further than saying what. I don't spend time with cursed animals.
No.
Period.
No.
If it's cursed, I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the list of animals that God took their legs away, pretty short.
It's a very short list.
Yeah.
So what is this animal here where it got cursed by God? I don't think I want to be around that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's only one really I can call out.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So that's the end. You don't want
Our
that.
loving God took its legs away. Just keep that in mind.
Snake story, quick snake story. Yesterday, I'm driving home. I just picked up my kid from daycare. I'm driving home on just a city road right here, and it's kind of a woodsy, but it's in Vestavia right here. And I see something in the car in front of me come out from just like the side of the road. I'm like, what in the world is this? It took me a second to even understand what was going on. But a snake, I'm talking about a 3-4 foot long snake, popped its head out and got tagged on the head by the car in front of me. It sends this snake spinning in the road while it's like reacting and writhing, but the momentum still has it spinning. I'm like, what is it? And it kind of took me a second to even realize what was going on. And like right before I bridge the gap and run over the thing as it's in the middle, in between my tires, I realized it was a snake. And so this snake got just tagged by the car in front of me.
Right. What about
and
you?
I'm like, what in the? And you drive over.
Did you hit it too?
I had like a weird feeling.
Did you hit it?
I don't think I hit it. I had a weird feeling in my stomach driving over it though. I was like, I hope it didn't like get up in my undercarriage. of my car.
You better be careful. It's not going to hook around your car.
It could be hanging on underneath.
No, I saw people freak out behind me too. They were freaking out behind me too.
No, but
It's that time of year. They're trying to get on that warm pavement.
Did you see Moultrie's picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank
I
you.
like this time of year.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There are a lot of exciting things.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And now it's time for you, an opportunity to test your Rick and Bubba knowledge in the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge. Well, here it is. It is the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. How well do you know the Rick and Bubba Show? Are you a Rick and Bubba expert? Well, if so, and you win this round of the Rick and Bubba and Rick and Bubba's Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge, if we get two contestants ready to go, it'll be two people battling to see who knows the most about the Rick and Bubba Show. It's going to be. Here's how it works, Bubba. We'll get two listeners from two different places. It'll start off with a lightning round.
Let them battle it out.
The lightning round means that you will pick the categories, and if you you can read the categories to the contestants once we get them on the board and get them ready to go, and then we can roll from there, and you can read to them the different categories, and then you will pick the first one, and that'll be our lightning round. And then Amy looks like she will be contestant number one. Amy, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Sparta, Michigan. How you guys doing?
It's Amy. This is Amy from Michigan. Amy, do you think you're ready to take on this responsibility? I mean, this is the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. This is not for anyone who's a casual listener.
I'm not a casual listener, but I can't remember anything. So
well, we'll see how it goes. Let's go to, you'll be battling Lee out of Alabama. Lee, how long have you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
About 8 years.
8 years. Amy, how long have you been listening?
Oh, goodness. Probably about the same.
Okay. All right. So it looks like we're in maybe it's equal. Do you both of you understand how to play the game?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. It's a lightning round. Now, Bubba is going to call out the categories to you. He'll pick the first category, and if you know the answer, shout your name. If the name that we hear gets a chance to answer, if that person misses, then the opponent gets a chance to steal. If you both miss, we throw that question out, we answer it for you, and we go back to a lightning round. If you get it right, you control the board until you miss, okay? And I'll walk you through that. Okay. So, Bubba, give us our categories.
Let's just start with the top, Rick. Rick and Bubba TV history.
All right, here we go. Rick and Bubba TV history. And if you know this answer, you shout your name, and then you get a shot at it. So it's a lightning round.
We're going to read you. It's like multiple choice.
That's right. This is multiple choice, so wait for the answers to be called out, the potential answers.
Unless you just know it.
Unless you just know it.
Yep. So am I going to read it or are you going to read it?
You are.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
From 1999 to 2001, the Rick and Bubba Show could be seen live on what cable channel? TNN? Amy?
Well, maybe it's not a cable channel. It was the Extreme Club.
No, that's incorrect.
Somebody.
Probably should have waited for the multiple choice answers. All right, so Lee, you have a chance to steal. Would you like for Bubba to finish the multiple choice?
Yes, I like.
All right, so Bubba, here's the answers you're choosing from.
Here's your choices: TNN, TBS, Turner South, or USA.
Turner South.
That is correct.
Correct. You're correct.
All right, so that's 1 point for Lee. And Lee, you now control the board. Amy, stand by for a potential steal. Bubba will call out the rest of the categories and pick the one you'd like to do next.
All right, here are your other categories. Know Your Bubba, Rude Tourette's, Rick and Bubba University, Higher Education, Rick and Bubba on the Road, Life of Adler.
Either was it Rude Tourette's?
All right, Rude Tourette's. Here's the question. Stand by, Amy, to steal if he gets it wrong.
Greg Burgess interrupted Helmsy's emotional story with "Good night, look at that." What was Greg looking at? A, was it Caitlyn Jenner? B, Chaz Bono? C,
Lee.
Mama June? Or D, Joy Behar?
Lee.
Well, Lee, you're controlling
got
the
control
board.
of the board
so,
right now.
So this, you have to miss for her to get a chance. So what do you think the answer is?
Chaz Bono.
Chaz Bono. That's right. There's two for him. All right. So you're still controlling the board. If you get to where it's mathematically impossible, you would win. But right now you're up 2-0.
Bubba, what categories are left?
Here are our categories: Know Your Bubba, Rick and Bubba University, Higher Education, Rick and Bubba on the Road, and The Life of Adler.
Know Your Bubba.
Know Your Bubba.
boy.
Bill Bubba Bussey attended what high school? Weaver, Anniston, Oxford, or Jacksonville?
Oxford.
Oxford is not correct.
All right, so Amy has a chance to steal and stay alive. Amy, what do you think the correct answer is?
I thought it was Jacksonville.
Jacksonville is
Yep,
correct. All right, so now it's 2-1.
Jacksonville.
All right, so trick question because Greg and I actually went to Oxford. All right, so Amy, you're controlling the board. You're down 2-1, and here are the categories that are left.
We have Rick and Bubba University, Higher Education, Rick and Bubba on the Road, and The Life of Adler.
Oh, The Life of Adler.
The Life of Adler.
Stand by, Lee. You steal if she misses it, but she's got control of the board.
I don't think I can say these words.
Do you want me to do it?
Well, Adler is a student of what discipline of the martial arts? Karate, judo, taekwondo, or jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu.
I can't say it.
Amy?
I think it. Can you give them again? What is the name?
Karate, judo, taekwondo, or
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I'm just going to point and you say it. Okay.
Oh, man. I don't know. Judo.
Judo is incorrect.
Not
correct.
correct.
That's incorrect. All right, so Lee, do you think?
At least you didn't say karate. Am I right, guys?
What did you say?
Jiu-jitsu.
That is correct. That is correct. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. So you're up 3-1, and you now have control of the board. If you get one more answer right, you win. But we're getting close to the break, so I don't think it'll work. So we're going to take time. Bubba, what categories are left when we come back?
The categories we have left coming back is Rick and Bubba University, Higher Education, Rick and Bubba on the Road.
All right, so keep in mind, Lee, pick from one of those. Amy, you're still alive, but if he gets this one right and he goes to 4, then it's mathematically impossible for you to win. So this is a biggie for you, Lee. If you pick the right category and get this right, you win. If you miss it, and Amy, you steal, then you're still alive. Okay, and that's where we are. We have Amy out of Michigan taking on Lee out of Alabama in the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. And we'll come back, and we'll see who wins this game. Can Amy turn it around? Can Lee shut the door? This is 2 8-year listeners taking on each other, but both of them at about the same level. I think it's a fair competition. All right, we'll come back. The giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge will continue. Amy versus Lee. Michigan taking on Alabama. A clash of the Titans.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Well, we're in the middle of a clash of the Titans in the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Amy is from Michigan. Lee is from Bama. And Lee is winning 3-1. Lee is one answer away from winning this and picking anything he wants from the Rick and Bubba store. Only one item, but you can pick any item you want. All right, so Lee, Bubba's going to tell you what categories you have left. And if you get this right, you win. Amy, if he misses it, you really need to steal here. So, Bubba, give Lee the categories that remain.
We have remaining Rick and Bubba University, higher education, Rick and Bubba on the road.
Lee?
Higher education.
Higher education. Okay. Every member of the team from Rick and Bubba attended Jacksonville State University except for one. Who is that? Eddie Van Adler, Greg Burgess, Helmsy, or Rick?
Adler.
That is
Adler
correct.
is correct.
And you have won the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Lee, you've done it. Amy, I'm sorry. Your Rick and Bubba knowledge, not what it needed to be.
I know. I'm ashamed.
It's all right. It's all right.
Maybe thank you for listening, and we appreciate you calling.
Maybe Coach
Thank you,
Harbaugh
guys.
can turn it around. Thank you, Amy. Lee, congratulations. What part of Bama are you from?
Thank you.
What part of Bama?
I live in Slap Out, Alabama.
Slap Out, Alabama. Well, yeah. As a matter of fact, Eddie Van Adler, do you know what university he attended by any chance?
I don't recall.
Auburn University.
Mm-hmm.
A little War Eagle from Adler. All right, so what were the other categories left, Bubba?
Let's see. We had Rick and Bubba on the road. We didn't get to that. We got higher education.
Yeah, all right. So
and then we had what was the other one here? We had
there
Rick
one?
and Bubba University.
All right,
we
so
had those two questions.
you want to try to answer those, just see how much you know, Lee. Let's face it, you only missed one. You got 4 right, so you were 4-1. Okay. And so let's see if you know the answer to these.
Let's go to Rick and Bubba University. Rick and Bubba spent a podcast interviewing this renowned Bigfoot expert. Rick,
okay,
was he Sasquatch Sam, Tommy Digby, Bigfoot Bob, or Dewey Monroe?
Bigfoot Bob.
That's right.
That's correct.
You're really good.
You're rolling.
I'm telling you what. I mean, you're making it happen, man.
All right, so we got one more question.
No way he gets this one. No way.
This is not multiple choice. You're just going to have to give us the answer.
This one you just got to know the answer, but I'll be surprised if you can get this, but you might.
Rick and Bubba once created a studio to be used for on-the-location shows. It had the acronym MABV. What was used to represent that name, or what does those letters stand for?
The acronym.
I really didn't know
MABV.
Yeah, we called it MABV, but what did that stand for?
I'm not sure of that one.
Well, that's all right. I mean, look, you've done a great job.
Yeah, you've done good. And we had a bonus question we didn't get to either.
Yeah.
It stood for a mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
Mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
All right, let me give you one more while we finish the page.
Yeah, we had a bonus just in case that you had a tie.
What was the name of the high school football scoreboard show that Rick and Bubba hosted in the early days of the show? Do you remember that? On Friday night.
I do not. I don't remember that.
Pigskin Roundup.
Pigskin Roundup.
Yep.
So I ran out of knowledge.
You know what?
You ran out of knowledge, but you had already won. So it means you performed when you had to.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
All right, so Lee, I'm going to put you on hold, and you just tell Greg what you want from the store, and we'll send it right out to you, okay?
Okay, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba.
man.
So really what we found out, you could almost hear where that 8th year, where it cut off. You know, you found where his knowledge cut off. Mm-hmm. He said it best. He ran out of knowledge.
He did.
And that's and what y'all don't know is there's all kinds of little inside jokes
on
the multiple choice that are dropping in everywhere.
Yeah.
It's hard for me not to laugh.
Yeah, I know, but it's
Pigskin Roundup.
What'd you say?
We were all so punchy come Friday night because we had done the show.
Pygmy, baby.
Gone out, lived life. In most cases, done a pep rally that afternoon at some high school, and then come back and do Pigskin Roundup
and cooked out and
we had no filter at all because we were so tired.
Pygmy, baby.
That's in the days where we would do the show and then have remotes and various things going on in the afternoon, maybe one or two, and then come back and do that. And it was, it was almost, it was about a 20-hour day. It just, there was only so much you could do.
Yeah.
And this is how long those days were. We were much, much younger.
Yeah.
I still saw Bubba buckle one day, under the weight of it all.
Yeah,
and we were young then,
right?
But it was, even for young people, it was nuts.
And please don't think when we were trying to get scores and stuff on that side of things, we didn't have like the internet where we were pulling paper from the AP wire and stuff and
People
trying to report the scores. And
I'll tell you the thing that got me through Pigskin Roundup, because it was tough. It was fun to do, but it was tough. Was when we got the udder machine.
Oh,
the udder machine was a game changer.
It was.
And the first time that Harry came in and saw those.
Oh, boy. That's how I saw him.
You did. You did when you were
last
in
spring.
Gadsden. Yeah,
last spring. Here's the one that I wondered what kind
of
toe-touching
leather, and we're underway.
I wondered what this was going to bring out. I was really shocked because by my own experiences in these questions we had today. I was really shocked that Lee got Turner South because I'm going to tell you something. I've met the Rick and Bubba family. They do not remember this ride at all. They've had us on every one I listed there.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was on TNN, and I was like, well, that wasn't the time you're talking about.
Yeah.
Then we got to TNN and then they changed it to Home something. But I'm back in this state. But the one I hear the most is that I remember I used to watch it on TBS, and I was like, no,
that's all right.
USA. But he got Turner South, and that was the actual deal. If you want to have fun with that, and I did this preparing this question because I couldn't remember the actual era. So what I did is I Googled Turner South, and Wikipedia came up, and it gave you the whole lifespan of Turner South and what it was. And it was a cable channel that was going to have its own original programming, and it was going to have all be things about the culture of the South. And we were one of the shows, and there were several unique shows that they had created. That
cooking shows,
that were a lot of
had
fun.
some yard sale shows, had some home repair shows, had the Braves. They put the Braves over on it to really seed it for the cable operators.
Yeah. So it was that was a cool experience, and Greg was talking about this because
it opened a lot of doors that we wouldn't have had otherwise.
No, that was big time. I mean, the production team was huge.
Yes. Well, we got the same crew that TBS had that they went out and did ball games.
Yeah. So it was really, really well done. That was a lot of fun, and then it sold to what's now Fox Sports South.
Yeah.
Jeff Hall, that used to be the chief engineer for Turner for road production, he was in charge of that, but he was also in charge of the NBA games, the football, anything they did out like that. And I was talking to a common friend we had the other day and said he just retired. So
really,
yep.
So
if you know Jeff Hall, tell him we said hello.
Yeah, and of course the will this spawn one of the multiple choice questions? Where is Tommy Digby? Or as Bubba called him, Tommy Digsby.
Right.
Yeah, but Tommy Digby was he had a run in there before I was doing the show with Bubba when I worked at another radio station, and he would wear the T-shirt of that station and go out and tell people that he was me and get all kinds of free stuff.
That's so good.
Yeah. And
worked at Record Park.
Yes,
we
he
were
did.
talking about earlier.
Yes, he did.
Isn't that funny? Strange tie in there.
Yeah, so that there's also some fun in the multiple choice too. But anyway, so Lee did a good job. I mean, like I say, he only missed one question.
Yeah, he did real good.
Yeah, he
Not bad at all.
He ran out of knowledge.
Yeah,
right there. At the end.
Look, nobody's going to bat 1,000.
And I didn't know that you couldn't say jiu-jitsu.
Oh, I've never have been able to say it. Yeah, I can't even.
Try
I
it
can't
again.
get close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't even close it. I don't even know what.
Well, no way you can do Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Brazilian, I could say. I can't say jiu-jitsu.
What's that?
I may have to have special training on that.
Yeah, that's tough.
I really wish Adler had just done karate.
Right, it would have made it so much easier.
I'm sorry, Adler.
I wish he'd have done taekwondo. I could say it.
Yeah, you said that really good.
How do you say it? Say it again.
Jiu-jitsu.
Say the first part.
Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu.
There you go.
Jiu-jitsu.
There you go.
Oh,
Jiu-jitsu.
There you got it.
Oh, here's a sucker.
We'll phone troll next.
Cupcake for you.
Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Lines are available. Let's get in here. Let's chat. Let's talk. 866 We Be Big. Whatever is on your mind, you now have the floor.
Erico 212.
So let's talk about a box of awesome. Now, this is a really, really cool opportunity for, something you can do for yourself, or you can send a box of awesome to somebody, maybe. I don't know. I know somebody's maybe having a birthday this weekend. And you can send a box of awesome there. What you do, you fill out the questionnaire. And so what you do is you let them know the things that the person that is getting the box, or if it's for you, that you actually enjoy. And they send you, all kinds of gadgets and, the grooming goods, travel stuff, camping stuff that are essential. They also have some really cool fall styles, some hip stuff, some clothing. So you never know what's going to be in that box of awesome, but it'll be based on the things that you've indicated that you like, or the other person that is getting the box, what they like. So if you'd like to find out more about this, there's $70 worth of stuff in every box of awesome. It'll cost you $45 for the box of awesome. You simply go to boxofawesome.com. Now, being part of that and setting it up on how you want to order them, that doesn't cost anything. There's no membership or anything like that. And you can get one every month. You can cancel anytime you like, or you can send a one-timer. However you want to do it, just go to boxofawesome.com. What a great idea. You're going to love this. Boxofawesome.com. Also, don't forget, when you use the code Bubba, we're going to get you 20% off the first box. We'll get you 20% off that first box. So go to boxofawesome.com with the code Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's get started with Josh in the great state of Birmingham.
Yeah, Josh. How
Josh,
about you?
30 seconds, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I've just been having some funny business going on at my house here recently. I've had a fiance. I've been with her for about 10 months, and I've got a 17-year-old, and I would just say, there's differences with my new lady and his mother. She's only 24, and just here recently in this past couple weeks, I've just been getting some really weird vibes.
Time out.
Lots of craziness going on in my house, and I'm starting to get suspicious for some reason.
All right, so here we go. I got to unpack this a little bit, Josh.
Thank you.
You've been given a timeout.
Not tracking well here. I need
Let me see if we understand.
Recap.
I understand you're trying to talk around it. You don't want to give too many details, and that's fine. But we got to have some. Are you saying that you have a fiance? Is that correct? Yes.
We're married. We're married.
Oh, you're married, and who's the other woman?
So there's one woman. I have a son.
Okay.
And they're real friendly. I'll catch them, texting each other, calling each other, and they have a lot of alone time at the house. And I walked in, and they were right up on each other on the couch one day. They claimed it was all this innocence and motherly love and whatnot. But like,
oh, wait a minute. Whoa! Wait just a minute. You don't attend the church at Corinth, do you? All right. So let me say. By the way, that's a good one I just had.
Did, but
if you go read chapter 5. All right. So are you telling me that your wife and a son from a previous marriage?
It's my blood son, man.
But is it hers? Is it her son?
No.
Is it her son?
No.
To be
this
stepmom.
is my new wife. I've been married.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's I was right.
Yeah.
Your new wife and your son, whose mama was another marriage.
Yes, sir.
And you're concerned about
getting a little too cozy.
Wow, that's Josh, man, that's hard.
Yeah, yes, I honestly, I truly do believe that they're sleeping together.
Oh wow, Josh, Josh, you can't. Wow, Josh, that's a huge accusation.
I like the way I said it better.
I do too.
And you called here why?
Right, Josh. We got a lot of experts. This is above our pay grade.
This may be straight to Jerry Springer.
And I thought you guys are real smart people. I listen to you guys every day, and
well, Josh, here's what I would do. Yeah, here's what I would do, because this is going to be. You're going to have to take your wife off somewhere, and y'all just have a discussion about it. And you're going to have to say, hey, there's some things going on. I wouldn't make an accusation. I would say, look, some of the stuff going on with your stepson and my son, it's probably not appropriate, because stepmom is still mom, and this is I think we need to
We need to just clear the lines here a little bit.
There's some lines getting blurred right now, and I wouldn't make any kind of accusation.
No.
I would just say, hey man, the way this is going right now, based on how old he is and all this, is not appropriate, and we need to move more in the real clear mom mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
where are you at on setting up cameras?
Man, I just don't want her to leave me, man.
I understand that, Josh. I do, but that's real difficult stuff right there. How do you even approach that?
No, I think you're right. You sit down. If you and your wife can't have a face-to-face, heart-to-heart conversation, you
Rick, I don't
have a
know
lot there to deal with.
that emotion was real then. So I don't know.
Well, Josh, obviously that's real personal stuff,
Yeah.
and I appreciate you trusting us with it. And
The confidence people have in us is amazing to me.
And
to
terrifying.
Greg's point,
Well,
I know.
Not only us, but the audience.
Well, can I be honest with you though? Have you ever seen the other resources out there you have available?
Great point,
Well,
Rick.
that's true.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Needed that.
Not sure I share that over the radio airways, but that's just me.
Well, Greg, you know what? It goes back to the great joke. I don't know if I told that.
Yeah.
But how about this? If you trusted us with it, we appreciate that.
Yeah, straightforward is always the best.
Straightforward.
I think.
That you're going to have a clear the air.
Not accusing, but just say, hey, we need to just be sure we're all on the same page.
Well, and then at some point
that's a tough line to walk.
And then at some point, I'm picturing
It is.
Yeah, but also at some point, I kind of see you. I see yourself, on a country road somewhere for some reason. But somewhere, you and your son gonna have to sit down on a bench somewhere where nobody's around and have a real tough conversation.
Yeah, you probably need to have that one-on-one with her and with him.
Yeah,
separately.
Yeah, I would. Because I will say this: if you're misreading this, it's going to boy.
Yeah.
So you
blow up on you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Of all the things I thought I'd take a call on today, that was not one of them.
I wanted to know how old his son was.
He said 17, I think.
Yeah.
17 or 18. I think that's what he said. I could be wrong.
By the time he goes off to school somewhere.
Yeah. Well, son, good to see you.
Yep.
Rick and Pelham, 104.7 WZZK. Rick, go ahead.
Guys, I'm not making fun of the last call, but I got to say, Helmsy owned me and Greg on that one with, oh, boy, here we go.
Right, that was a
that was.
Well, we get all kinds.
Make the best of CD for the year. There's something wrong with this year other than COVID.
I was extremely uncomfortable.
I was too.
Yeah,
that was a great one.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we're the CD is almost done. It would be a last minute call to work that one in, but I almost think that goes into an area of something you don't want to go back.
I don't know if we need that one replayed over and over.
No, I don't see anybody saying play cut 11 again.
Yeah. Hey, y'all ain't gonna believe this. Come here.
Right. Let's go to.
I really thought at first he was serious, and then I thought about halfway through he was kidding with us and setting up a situation that we weren't ready for, and then the emotion got me. I didn't know what was going on.
I know which one you're wanting to take. Go ahead. I don't care. It's not going to hurt my feelings. I know you want to go down there to Chris.
Chris in Pensacola. Chris, go ahead.
Bubba called his own shot.
What do you mean, Chris?
Well, I just wish y'all would go back through the history and find out all the other words that Bubba couldn't pronounce. I remember at one time Bubba couldn't say Deuteronomy.
That's right. Deuteronomy. I can now.
He's got that one down.
I got it. I locked it in.
And I know, was it Don one that couldn't say funeral or was it
funeral or Buick? Either
Buick.
one.
Yeah, funeral. Yeah, we all have words we can't say.
I couldn't say archectural review for a long time.
But you got that one nailed down.
Deuteronomy was hard. That was the one I really struggled with.
I couldn't say reward, and I've almost got it worked out.
Right, you did good with it.
Yeah, I mean, but you had to work on it.
Ivermectin.
And the way we got that was going ivermectin.
Oh,
that one had me down. I finally got up from under that. Top of the hour.
Jiu-jitsu.
There you go.
Jiu-jitsu.
If you leave us, have a good weekend.
Toyota's still a problem.
If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here, and we thank you for being with us as we all go forward, preparing you for another weekend. Hope it goes well for you. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Now, Bubba, I know we have some things to cover this hour.
Oh, I tell you what, I got some great news that I want to share with you.
Yeah, you said you had something you need to update everybody on before we go forward.
Well, Rick, that's it. This is gonna change my married life for the weekend.
Oh.
No doubt about it. This is big news.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Lori Lofton is returning to acting.
Lori who?
Lori Lofton.
Okay.
It's not Lofton.
Well, Lofton.
What is it?
Lofton.
Lori Lofton is returning to
Right,
acting.
Right, there it is.
The former When Calls the Heart star will reprise her popular character from the Hallmark Channel series, Abigail Stanton, on a spinoff, When Hope Calls. Which is coming back for season 2 on a new network, the GAC Family. Laughlin will appear in a 2-part series, season 2 premiere titled When Hope Calls, A Country Christmas, slated to air December the 18th.
Are we throwing another country Christmas together? So is she out of jail?
Oh yeah, she's been out.
It's been a jailbreak.
I love it.
So Lori Laughlin coming back to Heartland or whatever.
Okay, so
now what?
Now there was some technicalities had to be worked out. The series is actually filmed in Canada, and the actress, who is still on probation after serving her 2-month jail sentence, had to get permission from a Boston federal judge to travel to Canada for work for a week in late September, early October for the production part of the show.
So I was a little confused by is she returning to Hallmark to that same show?
No, that's what's confusing. That's why I had to read it about 3 times.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
When Calls the Heart was the original show that she was on.
On Hallmark.
On Hallmark.
Got it.
They have a spin-off show of that.
Spinning off the When Calls Heart.
Called When Hope Calls.
That's not
a lot
true.
of calling.
They're spinning off
When
that.
Calls the Heart was the main show. The spin-off is When Hope Calls.
Are we still on Hallmark?
No, we're on a different channel.
We're on a different channel.
We're on a different channel.
What?
And this is the second year, so it was already established while she was still in the big house.
All right. So let me see if I got this. Hallmark has When
Calls the Heart.
When the Heart Calls.
When Calls the Heart.
When Calls the Heart.
Mm-hmm.
She was on it.
As the mayor of the little town.
Got put in jail.
Left the show.
Mm-hmm. Then got put in jail.
Went visiting somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Went to jail in real life.
All right. And then on the show, they pretend the mayor did what?
Went to visit somebody or something.
And so now...
They didn't kill her off, but she had traveled to take care of some sick relatives or something.
So now, When Hope Calls is a spinoff of When Calls the Heart.
Yes.
But it's on a completely different channel.
That's what it says. It's coming back for a second season on the new network, GAC Family. I'm not familiar with that channel. I'm sure...
Great American Country, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It
says,
says,
used to be.
Threw that out there.
It's what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that would make
that's what
sense.
it used to be. So
I remember Henry Cho was on.
Hallmark may
Straight
own...
up. Yeah,
Hallmark may own both channels. I don't know.
Probably.
They may be co-owned or
they're taking over
something,
the world.
something.
I cannot believe that they can look at themselves in the mirror and actually use Country Christmas again.
A Country Christmas will be the name of the first episode.
They can't think of anything else.
Rick, every series has a Country Christmas.
By the way,
episode.
what is our obsession with a Country Christmas?
Yeah, what about the urban Christmas?
Yeah, what about an urban Christmas?
What about downtown Christmas?
How about New York City
Metro
Christmas?
Christmas.
Metro Christmas? How about Montana Christmas?
My apartment complex Christmas.
Alaska Christmas?
Yeah.
How about Swamp Christmas? With Cajuns?
We ain't done that yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
That's good. Beach Christmas, you know. Alaskan Christmas. You got to have them all.
Yeah.
But look, the fact that Lori Loughlin
Christmas
is
in
going
Hawaii.
to be
Christmas in Bahamas.
The fact that she is going to be back on TV, Betty will be ecstatic.
Are you hoping that you can get the news to her before somebody else so you can get credit for bringing good news?
You know what? I'm not too sure she doesn't already know.
Well, go ahead. Send an encouraging text.
Hey, just want to share.
By the way, people don't underestimate the power of an encouraging text. I love an encouraging text.
Yep.
Especially from
your wife.
Yeah, from the spouse.
Let me tell you,
That's number one.
you're sitting there, you're going through your work day, and here comes that encouraging text in.
Yeah.
And you realize there's no drama at home or anything. And, everybody's in a good mood. Isn't that great? Isn't that a good feeling? Because at the end of it all, let's just be honest. The husband and the dad just doesn't want there to be any drama. Yeah. That's really the only go.
Yeah.
If you hear there's no drama, the peace that comes over you is just phenomenal. And it's just I've been solo this entire week. It's been really the amount of freedom.
Low
I have,
drama.
The amount of freedom I have is really quite bizarre. Yeah. I mean,
have you enjoyed the week? I mean,
you know what?
We know what you've done, but you hadn't really.
I will be honest. Yesterday, I really kind of started missing little sweetie pie sugar plum.
Yeah.
And we got on a FaceTime deal, which was hard. Not great connectivity from West Africa. We struggled with that, and we finally went to audio only. But it was I've gotten a lot done. I've been very, very productive, and I've kept myself busy, but busy on stuff that needs to be done. You probably wouldn't do if you were like going home and stuff like that.
Right.
I will tell you that the meals I've had have been phenomenal.
Are you on the Sunday school bringing them?
No, they drew a line on that. I tried to get on that list. They said that didn't qualify.
DoorDash?
Yeah, they said no. I've cooked some meals. I've eaten at restaurants.
Oh,
I did ribeye on the grill last night because I'm not allowed to eat a ribeye with cherries on.
Right.
I have to eat a fillet.
Yeah.
But boy, that thing last night had so much fat on it, set the whole thing on fire. There was fires going.
Yeah, I mean, for a while I thought something's wrong with my grill.
Right,
I was cooking meat that was so lean we didn't have any good fire.
Let me tell you, you go back and cook some meat that has fat on it, and you've forgotten about how much fire that causes.
Yeah, and you know what?
But boy, it tastes good.
I know fat. You have to have some.
It gets
fat.
a bad rap.
You have to have some fat, and obviously some of us have overdone it. But fat tastes good. Mm-hmm. Let's just call it.
Yeah, it does.
It tastes real good.
Let me tell you what I did yesterday. Ribeye on the grill. Put a baked potato in like mid-afternoon, so there's no chance it's not going to be all the way done. Mm-hmm. And it was a giant one. That potato,
like a football.
Hey, that potato was as big as an instant replay. And
like a football.
And you know what I did? Because in saying there's no way she can hear this, right?
No,
no. So you know what I did? So because you know what's in there, Sherry has this healthy fake butter thing that she's all fired up about.
I don't know if fake butter is good for you.
You know what I did? I went and got one of them old school sticks of butter. Yeah. I'm just a big old stick of butter.
Have you used the whole thing?
Yeah. You know what? No sea salt, straight up salt. Yeah. And and some pepper, and then.
Can I ask you something on that topic?
Yeah.
Because. Is there a difference chemically in salt? And I thought if salt was salt, right?
And then you'll have somebody say, the pink sea salt, that's the ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
You really being healthy now.
It tastes like salt.
How about this? Can't nobody support that? I mean, tell me now, what are you talking about? And this is my new thing I told Bubba about earlier, and it is so very good from the family that brought you the spiral dog. You get Conecuh sausage in whatever flavor you like. I like the original. You get Conecuh sausage, and you take the whole thing out of the pack, and you get out a little cutting board, and you cut it up into pieces about probably 3 inches long, and then you roll it over with a sharp knife and fillet and butterfly it, let it lay open, and then lay those pieces up on the top rack of the grill while you're getting ready to cook whatever, and then take barbecue sauce and keep brushing them. Good and let them get good and crisp, and let that barbecue sauce, like on the spiral dog, just become part of the Conecuh sausage, and make that like your appetizer. Get a paper plate and just pile it in there.
I eat them the whole time I'm grilling.
Hey, how good's that?
Very.
And you're okay if you want to dip it in mustard too. That's fine. I mean, buddy, you talk about a good appetizer.
It is.
Man. You ever got in too deep though, where you realize you went beyond appetizer?
Yeah. Now I'm full. I'm bloated. And I see this big steak that I want to eat. Yeah. And I'm going to eat it too.
Greg, I'm going to work through
it. But then I'm miserable.
For sure. All right, we'll come back. We look into a strange, bizarre thing that Helms encountered yesterday. Really odd.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. All right, so, we've been living, we're living in a very odd, bizarro time. It's like the whole world's just turning into just a sideshow. So, Helmsy had this weird experience yesterday taking the kids to the pediatrician.
I did.
You out there, Greg?
You okay back there, Greg?
Choked on an almond.
Did you get choked on an almond, or
Yeah.
was it spiced with everything but the bagel?
Hey, let me tell you, that's some good stuff.
Greg was holding court and got an almond.
Y'all don't think Helms said
It is good.
I've never even heard of the seasoning, everything but the bagel. I've never heard of it my entire life.
Well, it's new to me. Helms said it's been around forever,
It has.
but I'm sure it has. But you can put it on anything.
Why are you eating something like that?
I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to eat asparagus because it's supposed to be good for you.
Mhm.
Put that on it.
Oh, that
Good.
explains the smell I had in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, it will crank your urine up.
It really will. All right, so Helmsy, what in the world?
So yesterday I had two kids, my 14-year-old girl and my 9-year-old girl, go to well child checkups, well visits, just a typical checkup.
Yearly checkup.
Caroline's had some things going on with her. She was, I don't know if I've even shared this on the air. I think it's okay. She started showing some signs of some scoliosis. So she's actually sleeping in a brace now.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's tough.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, I bet
and,
that's horrible.
Thankfully, she doesn't have to wear it at school and wear it 24/7, but she does have to sleep in it, and she's handled that well. And she's also plays on the school tennis team, so she had to have an updated physical, and so we having to go through all that. So that's the main reason she was there. Madeline, everything seems to be fine with her. She did have some kind of infection on her finger that we've been dipping in Epsom salt and those kind of things. And
Greg said you should have dipped it into everything but the bagel.
Yeah, and
I bet it would have worked.
So we wanted him to say, "Hey, this has gotten better, but if there's anything else we need to be doing?" And so that was it. And I'll give my wife credit here. Scheduled this in the middle of the day when she knows that I'm going to have to deal with it while she's at work. Perfect. Well done.
Perfect. She owed you that.
She does. She owes me a lot more of those too, but well played on her part. So I went and checked out kids, and I go, and I'm thinking about the things that Amanda has listed off for me to make sure I ask about. Dads are already uncomfortable with these kind of things. And I've got my list, and I'm just making sure that I got everything, and I got my insurance card and got a copay if I need it, and they go check out the kids, and I get there, and everything is fine. Everything's going smooth, and we're all in the exam room waiting on the doc to come in, and that's when it turned bad. So doc enters the room.
Oh boy!
And first of all, well, we'll start here because there's some things that I do want to mention. Doc comes in and the pleasantries that everybody's experienced, and Caroline goes first. And as he's kind of talking her through some things, he looks at me and says, "Dad, you got the vaccine?" Now I played dumb at first and said, "Which vaccine?"
That's good
because there's a lot of vaccines out there.
Sure.
And he said, "The COVID vaccine. Have you got your vaccine yet?" And I said, I haven't. And he's being very stern about this, and I almost feel intimidated at this point. Like, do I need to stand up and bow up real quick? Like, show
Was there
him?
a side that you said, I know you're a pediatrician, but I'm not a child?
Well, it kind of got to that point, but I was very careful because I had my 9-year-old and my 14-year-old with me. And I said, I have not. I said, well, our family actually had it. We had a run of this in our family. We all have natural antibodies. And I said, I realize that that's going to wane off at some point, and I'm probably going to need a shot. But right now, I feel pretty comfortable about where we're at. Need to get the vaccine, Dad. Need to get the vaccine. Dad, you need to get pointing his finger.
He didn't
at
point
me.
his finger.
Yes, he did.
You making that part
No,
up?
I'm not.
Are you adding that to get a rise?
Hey, if you want to call Caroline and ask her every detail of this, she will confirm. Okay.
Was you talking to
Dad,
like he's your daddy?
Well, and that's when I said I have not, and I said I just said that I'm thinking about it, and kids are not. And I was straight up. I said kids are not getting it at this point. 14 and 9 both had it. We're not. We're out of the vaccine business right now. Well, you need to get it. And I said, well, it's just so funny.
How many times do you say you need to get it?
Probably at least 4.
And he pointed his finger at you?
Yes,
You need to get it, you need to get it.
He did this. He did. It wasn't like a. But he did point his
index finger
at me.
did that.
Did he poke you in the
Absolutely.
chest?
Did he push you?
Then Then he said,
What about pneumococcal pneumonia?
All right, so now I'm kind of backed in the corner,
What about shingles?
and I don't know. Am I going to be the tiger that you've backed in the corner, or I'm gonna behave in front of my kids?
Not with the kids in the room. You got to be.
So I
be
said the following, almost trying to just kind of just clear the air here, kind of lighten it up a little bit, because I feel like at this point it's getting intense, and I can even tell Caroline is looking at me like, "Don't launch, Dad. Don't launch."
Or she might have been looking at you going, "Dad, this guy's really talking down
well,
to you."
That's that.
But
Well, that was another thing,
Yeah.
and so you're in that position where I really need to show some strength here, or I need to just try to be respectful and get out of this thing
Understood.
without anybody desk being tumped over or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah, if I need an MMR, I'll come see you. But I had that a long
Right,
time ago.
Right. So I said, it's funny. I said I talked to some doctors, and they tell me I'm okay with my current status, and then I talk to guys like you, and they're really pushing the vaccine on me. And he goes, "Well, I don't know who you're talking to, but you need to get the vaccine."
Wow.
And I just said, "This is how I
heard him
ended
say
it with
you
him."
will get it.
I said, "How?" I changed gears. I said, "How about we focus on the kids today,
Right?
And then we can further this discussion at some other time." That's what I said. And he immediately saw, I think, hey, this guy's getting really upset. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, what do you think's going to happen?
You're talking to a grown
You're
man
pointing
like
your
he's a child.
finger in front of my kids at me. You don't think that. So then I thought,
You might
okay.
have your Mickey Mouse badge on to make kids feel comfortable, but I'm a grown man.
Then I thought, okay, all the COVID talk is over. We've gotten past that. I can work my list that Amanda has given me.
So you're done with it now. You think, okay, I survived
I'm
that.
thinking it's okay.
I survived that storm.
Yeah,
The
and-
vaccine police not going to come get me, I don't think.
Thought it was unprofessional. Thought I was uncomfortable. Thought the kids were uncomfortable. It was just weird. And so at this point, I'm thinking I probably don't ever walk in this place again based off what just happened.
Oh yeah.
So you got to understand too. This is not a person that we've been with this person for 16 years.
This never had this happen before. Anything like this?
No.
Been a little bossy in the past?
No, not that I'm aware of.
It's been like Dr. Gann getting after him.
Then he starts getting on Caroline and Madeline individual about their mask situation.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I want you wearing your mask every day, all day, and if you're not, you should be. Do you wear started asking them, do you wear your mask? Do you wear your mask all day, every day? Caroline, do you wear your mask every
He
day,
didn't
all
do
day?
this.
Yes, he
This
did.
didn't happen.
Well, here's what's even more weird about this. Caroline and Madeline are in the same room. We're all in here together. So then when it's Madeline's turn to go, he starts doing the same mask thing again, like she wasn't even in the room.
No, you're
Madeline, are you wearing your mask all day, every day? If you're not, you should be. Repeated it several times. And they're both looking at me like, this guy's, what in the world? I didn't say anything else. I let it go. The first thing that Caroline said when Amanda asked how the visit went, she started talking about the pushback from the doctor in regards to COVID. And I didn't even say anything in the car. I just kind of let it go because I didn't want to, I wanted to see what their reaction was without me prompting it. They were very upset about it, especially Caroline.
That's bizarre.
It was very strange and so unprofessional, and I don't want to ever go back to the guy.
Do you think somebody was punking you, like watching it?
I don't think so.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Car Shield is here and ready to protect your vehicle if it no longer has warranty. I know. You got an automobile. The warranty runs out. You put it off. And then before you know it, something goes wrong with the automobile, and you're like, well, that right there is going to be on me. You could have protection if you simply went with Car Shield. CarShield.com has protection plans for automobiles that no longer have warranty. And if you get you a protection plan, pick out the one you think works best for your situation. Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 10% on whatever protection plan you pick. And then if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You have 24/7 roadside assistance. You have a rental car while yours is being repaired at no charge to you, and you get trip reimbursement. So go to get your protection plan now, carshield.com, use the code Bubba, or call them, 1-800-665-2157. Mention the code Bubba and get that automobile protected. Bizarre story, Helmsy. I think you handled it correctly. There's no win in creating some dramatic situation in there, and you don't want to do that in front of your kids.
You're caught in between.
But it's weird.
It is. It was very weird. It was very uncomfortable for not only me but the kiddos. And you're caught in that middle of, do I show strength here as a father and really defend myself, which could go ugly?
Yeah.
Or do I just kind of be respectful and back down? Because you see the girls look at me like, what are you going to do here? And I don't know which one they're wanting me to choose. I'm fighting that. I'm fighting which one my human flesh wants to do. And then I'm telling myself, don't do anything. Just hey, look, we've had a successful checkout of 2 kids at schools, no drama. A little bit of drama here. Let's just get out of here, go get Braden at school, and then head on to the rest of the day.
Well, now, did you?
And that's what I picked.
Did you rush out and get your vaccine so he won't be mad at you?
I did not. I almost said I almost tried to see, like, again, there was a couple things I started to go comedy, but I could tell he was so serious that was not going to fly.
And I think
I even said something like, "Man, I wanted to say something like, man, I'm good. I went by the Tractor Supply earlier and got ivermectin."
Yeah.
I thought I'd try to lighten it up that way, but I didn't go that route. I just simply seated and silent and moved on and tried to get through it.
I believe
Wrong,
I
right,
would
or
have said
indifferent,
I'm
that's
not
what I did.
worried about that because I stopped with my local cattle farmer and I picked me up some ivermectin.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let me tell you this. Now, did he talk to you like you were his son? He did.
He did.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you this: if I see him out in public without my kids, I will revisit that conversation.
But let me say this:
nobody's fighting. I'm just saying I will revisit the conversation.
Well, and if you can have a conversation, but here's the thing, and I know this is going to sound bizarre coming from a Burgess, okay? But this is new, Rick. Okay,
I know. I saw a lot of new Helms yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I think honestly, you have to ask the question: why do I want to defend myself? Because of pride?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or do I really want to say, I just don't think this is the way you should handle this as a doctor?
Yeah.
Now, if it's the latter, you're fine.
Yeah.
But if it's the former, then I just stay out of it.
Even
that's
after-
the wrong attitude to
No,
have.
you're right.
You know, you don't need to do that in front of your kids, and really, you need to be respectful to him. But
that's what I was
But
trying to
that
do.
doesn't mean what he did was right.
Well, and
See,
I
think
even thought about
sometimes, I
this.
think sometimes people misunderstand that.
Right.
They think if you don't make a scene, well, man, you just think what he did was okay. No, I don't think that. But there's a way to handle it that is correctly, and I think you handled it correctly.
Well,
now,
thank you for saying
now,
that.
are we gonna have fun with you about it?
Sure,
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
should, and I would think less of you if you didn't.
Right. Yeah.
And then I got to telling.
Now, will he have talked to me like that? No, I'm not. You know, if people do that, you know that guy. I'll tell you what, he wouldn't talk to me like that. Yeah, but I don't want. I think you handled it the best way you can as a person of faith in that situation.
You know, and then I started thinking about this later on. Like, if this comes up again, how do I handle it? And I said this is my first reaction. Well, I'll just tell them that I've had the vaccine, and we just move on.
Right.
But then I'm lying in front of my kids.
Well, don't
so
lie.
you don't want to do that.
You know what you do, and it's a reasonable thing. Let me tell you what you did. If because it sounds like this is the way you did it. Let me be sure I have it right.
Yeah.
And what I'm about to say in my headphones sounds incredibly reasonable. Is that you said our family has already had the virus.
Yes.
We all have the antibodies.
Correct.
And as a grown man and as their father and my wife's husband, we as a family believe that we have the protection that we need now. And if we get to where we don't feel that way, we'll get the vaccine.
Correct.
Okay, well, that was reasonable.
Yeah.
And if he can't handle that, then he's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Ken. Hey, I appreciate your suggestion, and I hear it, and I already know about that.
Yeah.
And we are walking through the process with pharmaceuticals that we think is the right thing for our family. If we hadn't had the virus, we'd all already have it.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not the 9-year-old, but I'm talking about
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go to Ken in Jackson, Tennessee.
I
Ken,
just hate he pushed you around.
I know. Now, did he talk down to you and push you on your own property?
He did.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you.
did. Let me
Thank
tell
you for that.
Hey, let me tell you, that pediatrician's king of that room.
He was yesterday. He sure was.
Do you ever want to say, look, I don't need you to give me a sucker, okay? I'm a grown man.
Right.
Now, here I go again. Now I'm
Yeah,
going back to the
I
other
know.
one. All right, Ken, and say,
You're not helping.
Hey, work in
Look,
progress. Sanctification. Yeah, Ken, go ahead, Jackson, Tennessee.
Hey guys, I was going to say I recently went through that with my daughter. Because my daughter's 19. She went to, and we've all had the COVID stuff recently, and it was a Delta variant. I don't know how they know that, but anyway, so we've all had it. She went to the doctor, and he interrogated her. Basically, she went for some sinus issues. Wanted to be tested. Have you had the vaccine? Then when she refused both, he basically said, where do you work? Where do you go to school? Who do you hang out with? And she left in tears and came home. And of course, me being the dad, I know a gentle answer turns away wrath. I was pretty ticked.
Yeah.
So I called and talked to the nurse, and I said, I need to talk to, I don't even remember who the doctor was, but as I said, I need to speak to him. She said, well, he's not available. And so I had a moment of just saying, basically it's none of his business about my daughter's social life, where she works, anything like that. It was just like, I said, that's none of his business. I mean, her health, yes, but where she goes and where she spends her time and works is none of his business. And so I had to tell the nurse, I gave him my number. I said, tell the doctor to call me if he has any questions. Of course, he never did. Sure. But yeah, I think that's an issue we're gonna see in the future a lot.
Yeah, it goes back to, in one case we have HIPAA, which I think is a good thing, and then the other thing, suddenly this guy's left his area of authority and is diving into your personal life. And how about this?
Right.
Hey, you just left your area. That's none of your business.
Of course, his story is similar to Helms because he went home in tears too.
Well, I understand when you hire a doctor, he's supposed to give you his advice and schedule treatment, but I don't know that you should leave there in tears. I don't think that is accomplishing anything, really. I mean, they can get on you about something. I hear you do too, Rick. I know about losing weight, but they don't insult you to the point you go home in tears.
Well, I remember, if y'all remember, of course, Dad said he didn't have a heart attack, but he had 5 bypasses for some reason.
Yeah.
And you remember there was a doctor that tried to pull some of that on Dad. And because Dad was in intensive care trying to come back from the heart surgery. Right. And all of a sudden this young doctor started getting on him about, he hadn't smoked in years, but that at one time he did smoke.
Right.
And suddenly the guy started saying, well, if you hadn't smoked, so you'd be able to get out of this a lot easier. And Mom calls me upset. Remember this?
Yeah.
And same thing, made my mom cry. Well, then Dad, this is Bill Burgess. He calls the guy over to the bed. And the guy comes over and he grabs him by the hand. He said, ain't nothing I can do about it right now. But when I get my health back, I'm coming for you. And the guy calls me all afraid and talking about. I said, "Hey man, that's on you. You didn't handle that the right way." And I said, "I'll work on him not coming after you when he gets on his feet."
Yeah.
I said, "But there wasn't no need." And what I got on him about is what you just said. Why would you upset my mother and make her cry? Now Dad's coming to get you. He's going to defend himself once he gets back on his feet. But why would you do that? What did that accomplish? When you're trying to get somebody back on their feet after heart surgery in front of my mother, what did that accomplish? Who do y'all think y'all are? Some of them got a God complex. I mean, they think that's because they went to medical school that suddenly they run the world. And I got news for you. There's limits to the authority that you got, and it's just not a good idea.
Well, I mean, we talk about bedside manner. That's something that's been an issue forever with doctors and nurses, and that's just not good either one.
Well, you know what that did? So you don't want to deal with this person anymore.
Yeah.
See, now you don't want him in charge of the health care of your family.
Not at all. And matter of
fact,
say
that's why that's not smart.
When I called to get the records changed to our new pediatrician that I've talked to prior to going to make sure that I'm not going to have a finger wagged in my face and tell me to get the vaccine.
Right.
I would kindly explain to them why we're leaving.
Right. Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that.
And you'll say,
because I want them to know, hey, just a heads up.
Sure.
We've been here for 16 years since our first child was born, and it's been a really good experience until y'all started throwing the vaccine comments at us, and this particular doctor wagged his finger at me in front of our children and screamed vaccine and mask.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it goes,
see y'all.
But you can do it this way, and you're getting elevated.
I am.
There was a place that I go to, and I really, really like it. Okay, very much. And I think this is where you can be helpful. And now this is different because I'm going to continue to go there because it's not a game changer.
Yeah.
But I ended up getting a product there on the way out. And when I got home, I realized it was old, outdated, and had mold on it. Okay. So all I did was call back, and I said, first of all, I'm good because I love you guys, and you guys do a great job, and you won't lose me.
Yeah.
But so y'all don't lose other people, you might want to go over to where the bread is and pick them up and look at the bottom of them because I think your bread's old. And I said, the only reason I'm saying that, look, I'm going to throw it in the garbage. It ain't no big deal because I don't want anybody else to come in there. So I think you should say to them, just so y'all know, y'all may not care.
Yeah.
But this is what happened, and y'all probably want to discuss that because you're going to have other patients that leave.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, the emails I'm getting, I didn't realize this was going on out there.
Well, this
not just with my physician, but with many physicians, pediatricians.
Well, why do you think that is?
Oh, we know why, don't we?
Yeah.
This environment.
Big medicine.
Yeah.
And you know what also? You know how you tell a referee sometimes you caused this atmosphere? Our leadership has caused this atmosphere.
Yeah. No, you're right.
They've created this animosity.
So when you get in the vaccine.
Rick and Bubba,
When he
Rick and
tells you-
Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The weekend coming up. Enjoy Rick and Bubba University. Our podcast, we interviewed Caroline Smith. Her show's called The Patriot Talk. She's 15 years old and a conservative host of a YouTube and Instagram show. So, interesting conversation. So catch that this weekend. A lot of good college football matchups this weekend, some big ones. And we'll talk about those coming up on Monday. I do have good news. Beth Mowens has not been assigned anything to do with college.
But she's over on the pro game, right?
Be doing some NFL. I'll be taking on the NFL game with Beth Mowens. No college for me this weekend, Greg.
None?
No college. I'll be calling yards and things like that in the NFL. NFL. And I think it's Houston, and he told me who it was that she has. Houston and somebody. Who is it? Houston.
Houston at the Buffalo Bills.
Texans taking on the Bills. This is Beth Mowens. Yeah,
Give me a little Bills Mafia.
I'll look in the hands on the Bills Mafia. Ready for these Bills take on the Texans? Deshaun Watson.
I started to say, what will she say about him?
Oh, he cast his eyes upon me as I went by.
He's not playing, right?
Feels good for Mama.
Is he on the team? They're just not playing.
Yeah, it's really strange.
That's weird. Might as well play him if he's there.
Texans and the Bills. Look at the Bills Mafia.
Just don't let him get a massage after the game.
That's right. To the phones we go. Let's go to Bobby in Mobile, Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Bobby.
Good morning, guys. I'm so sorry, Helmsy, that this happened to you. I am a pediatric nurse. I've been working in a clinic here in Mobile for 13 and a half years. And we do, I can't imagine one of the pediatricians in our clinic doing what this gentleman did.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it. We typically give the information, and if the parents say no, we're like, okay, well, we'll give you some written information, send you on your way, and then ask the next time. I mean, we do vaccines. I've done thousands of vaccines. We've never, bullied or strong-armed anybody. But let me say this. A lot of this stuff, this fear-mongering and this push, this comes from your worldview. And I discovered when I went to a doctor's appointment last week that my doctor that I saw was scared to death of this virus.
Yeah.
He had lost his mother. He had lost 12 patients. And he was like, he found out that I had COVID back in December, he was like, oh, I'm so glad you're okay, and all this stuff. And then I talked to one of the women that works there, and I was trying to pull my mask down to do, look. It was an eye doctor. Pull my mask down, look at my new glasses. She's like, put your mask back up. Put your mask up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Anyway, I tried to tell her and encourage her, hey, look, her brother had just died. And I'm like, look, if you knew the Lord, he knows where he is celebrating. And, because I've lost family members, not to COVID, but my sister died a month ago.
Yeah.
My first husband died when I was 33. There is nothing that we can do to change the length of our days. And I just, that is what I've been preaching. And that's what I've been telling my patients. I'm like, look, don't be afraid of COVID. You could die of a car crash or something else. I said, our days are numbered, and God's got them all in his hands.
Yeah, you're right. Rick, I saw a story the other day about a guy that claimed he was in a car wreck because he was fooling with his mask. I kid you not.
Are you? Okay.
Bobby, let me ask you this, too. Is the group that you work for, are they a standalone office, or are they owned by or managed by a bigger group or a hospital group? How are they ownership in that?
Okay, they're private practice, and they are a standalone.
Okay.
We are not affiliated with any big doctors group.
Yeah.
The doctors are the bosses. And let me tell you something. I mean, we follow the CDC guidelines. We follow the AAP guidelines as far as immunizations go. But you've got to let the parents be parents.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems. I mean, I have offended parents before. I'm going to tell you straight up. If a mom comes in and she smells like an ashtray, I'm going to tell her, you know, you're not doing your kid with asthma any favors, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have offended parents before by being honest and truthful, but I'm always loving with it, and I just give them the facts.
Yeah,
and let the parents be parents.
Yeah,
well, I've been lucky too.
Yeah,
I
thanks,
guess
Bobby.
The health folks I work with are very straightforward about they want everybody to be vaccinated, and they give you the reasons why and the numbers, and you know, they're people you trust. They have hands-on experience. It's not national media. It's not, you know, run through the liberal press and all that stuff. But they're also very kind about it, and they said, look, it's your choice. We're just going to tell you what we think you ought to do. We can't make you have surgery. We can't make you do this, but your chances of coming out of this alive are much better if you get this. So, and I appreciate it. I appreciate them sharing that with me and the way they did it.
And something else that really bothered me yesterday, and of course you see this with this movement, the inconsistencies. There's a sign on the door that says mask requirement as of, not recommendation, requirement as of, and there's a date up there. And so we put our mask on and we walk in, and the 5 employees that are in the office that I can see when I walk in the door, not one of them has a mask on. Now, they start putting them on as they're communicating with you, but don't sit there and tell my kids all day, every day, all day long mask when you're not even requiring your staff to do that.
Well, I would also disagree respectfully with this doctor that all day, every day is healthy.
No, you're not supposed to go around with a covering on your breathing.
All day, every day.
No, that's
I think that's bad advice.
Yeah.
Especially to children.
It's bad for us old time.
Yeah. Well, and he even
I don't think he can scientifically support that.
He even tried to start giving school stats in regards to cases going up and down based off mask. And I'm like, I didn't say this, but I'm sitting here thinking, boy, you're just wrong. This is in our school systems around this area. You're just absolutely wrong.
Yeah, am I not right that the schools in this area actually have dropped the mask mandate?
Yeah.
And I wonder why they did that.
Well,
because they wasn't having a problem with it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. See, he didn't even have that information right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.